Klarna had specific goals in terms of profitability, in terms of making sure that the company itself survives. So I definitely not saying that it's like a really horrible move. It's just not really for me. So that's a good example of when AI is seen just a solution to like how to fix the problem of having too many people, how to fix the problem of having bigger teams that you need. And when AI is seen as a solution, you have to, first of all, compete with the tool, basically, because what I remember was happening was everyone saw ChatGPT OpenAI, everyone was like, let's say, working with me, and they got some solutions, and they would be like, okay, let me check this, actually. Let me try the tool, and let's see if the result is the same. And we were talking about like design reviews, high-level stakeholders conversations. It means that your expertise is constantly rechecked, which is not a good feeling. And you constantly have to prove your value to actually prove that your solution is the best. And we all know how AI operates. If you take, let's say, my solution, and you just go to, say, ChatGPT, and you say, okay, I have this. Do you think it's good enough? Do you think there is a better solution for that? And OpenAI will always give you a better solution, because their goal is to see what you're asking and see that you need a better solution, and they will offer it, even if your solution is quite good overall. So that experience for me was not really about using AI to make myself more productive and better. It was really more about surviving AI. I partially survived that, but then I left, and my story with AI changed in a good way with TravelPerk. What was so good about this, and what is still pretty good about this? I think even in this statement is quite different from what Klarna had in mind. And that's TravelPerk are basically saying that, yes, we are a travel company, which means we have so many, I don't know, flight cancellations, changes in your plans and stuff like that. We get this from the providers, and our huge customer service team has to constantly email, contact customers, copy-paste so much stuff. So we will be using it as a tool to substitute that manual stuff that is not really fun, because copy-pasting, not very fun. So what is exactly different about that? At TravelPerk, we are the owners of the AI tools and solutions, which means we are trusted to find the best use cases, the best applications. We are the ones deciding where in the workflow we think AI is useful, and which kind of tools we are pitching to stakeholders, and which tools, which applications we think will improve our job. Our expertise in the end retains trust on the strategic level, meaning, yes, we can have AI tools, but we don't have a process where everything is going through the tool, and sometimes we can be consulted. No, we're still retaining our expertise, and we are still working on high-level strategic projects, applying our craft. So at TravelPerk, it's more about how we can become more influential within the company. And I think it's the thing that we all experienced, being more or less influential. Like, there is always a tension between design, product, within design, and different sub-competences. So AI is one of the tools that can help you actually not only deliver better results, but get more influence. So let's see these two examples. Content tool that helps you with quick requests, that double checks if stuff aligns with the guidelines you have and stuff like that. Or a chatbot. Both of these things we have at TravelPerk. And the good UX is right in between. So it's not really about not using AI as a solution and only using it as a tool. I'm just saying that good UX is somewhere in between, because you really need both of them. So AI as a tool is the content tool that helps you write stuff and double check if it aligns with the guidelines. And chatbot that helps your customer service agents focus on more high-level cases is a solution. But what is even AI already good at in terms of content design, in terms of working with content overall? I think most of you might know this already, but yeah, bouncing ideas works great to a certain extent until you have some guardrails installed. Drafting some copy, nothing major, but at least confirming that you have a right direction, and something that you will get will not be perfect, but will be quite good and usable. Of course, some grammar checks, voice, tonality application. Tools like Writer AI allow you to integrate your tonality and voice documentation and helps you stick to it automatically. And of course, localization. But the biggest problem is that all of this still requires evaluation and making necessary adjustments to the results, to how it operates to get better results. Because it constantly goes off rails, it constantly changes what kind of results you get, and it really needs you to control it quite well. So, in my opinion, it's still really not good at solving complex UX problems. And while some of you might feel like this, like what? Especially, I think, product managers. Let me give you a quick example from a real project that I had at TravelPerk. The project is called Hotel Payments. If you ever used not only TravelPerk, but any travel platform, you know that you have an access to many, many hotels you can choose from, filter things out. But in the end, you have several options. You can either pay in advance, or you can pay later when you arrive. So what we also have is called direct payments and indirect payments. Direct payments are quite simple. Direct payment means we take your money and immediately transfer it to a hotel. So the hotel has the money, has the booking, everything is fine. Indirect payments are a little bit more complicated than that. So traveler books a hotel. And yeah, by the moment they need to check into the hotel, we are taking the money, everything is prepaid on our side, but instead of sending the money to a hotel, we are creating a virtual card that is prepaid for the exact amount of the booking. There are so many reasons for that, mostly business, mostly back-end. It doesn't really matter at this point. That's just the reality, and that's how we do it for some of the hotels. And the thing is that we send this virtual card to the hotel to charge it. So we are trying not to involve the user at all. And of course, as you might imagine, some hotels just don't do it on time. So the customer arrives, and their virtual card is asked at check-in. They're confused. What is this card? Why do I need it? I prepared everything. This is weird. So as I said, the reason for that is the type of relationship we have between the TravelPerk and some of our hotels. So our PM takes this problem and goes to ChatGPT or Gemini, it doesn't really matter at this point, and describes the whole problem, describes what's happening and what needs to be fixed in his opinion, and gets something like that. Basically like a chunk of copy. It doesn't really matter that it's long, but the idea here is that he thinks we need to be super transparent. We need to explain that this is how we operate with some of the hotels. This is our business relationship with the hotel. So the AI starts saying things like, okay, so for some hotels, you're actually paying in advance, but we aren't really immediately transferring the money. And this is why, and this is because we have a business relationship and stuff like that. The thing is that if you look at this copy, besides being just long, it's quite fine. Like it's all right. It's well structured. It's readable. It's not really a problem. The problem that we realized we have is that the relationship here is between the traveler and the hotel. It's not between the hotels and TravelPerk. This is what we need to focus at. Like we need to focus on the traveler and their experience. So what I mean by that is when the prepaid card is generated and by the moment they're asked about it at check-in, we need to focus on this. We need to focus on the check-in experience. We need to make sure that by the check-in, the user knows where to find the card, what is this card about, and what kind of money they have on it, how can they pay, what they cannot pay for with this card, and again, where to find it. So when we look at this content, you can see that these are the key problems here. We're talking about not transferring the money to hotel, which is kind of creepy because, like, I paid you. Like, why didn't you transfer the money? Then we're trying to explain that our business relationship is quite complex, and this is what's happening. But instead of doing that, we just started showing this on the hotel page. What you need in check-in, we are talking about what kind of incidental hold you'll have, but most importantly, that there is a virtual card involved, and you will find it in the app 24 hours before check-in. But of course, it's not going to fix everything, but just one line. We, of course, also designed the email and some other notifications that the customer receives, where we step-by-step explain that for this booking, there is a virtual card involved. If you ask for this, this is it. And this project highlighted two major problems with AI application and AI solutions when it's in hands of, let's say, PM or someone. AI is super focused on the perfect solution. So you're asking for a solution, you give all the context. AI is taking the context and trying to come up with something that will kill sort of like all the birds. And AI is easily infected with bias. In this case, PM was super focused on explaining the business relationship. So AI was like, yes, that's the task. We need to explain the business relationship. This is how we do it. There you go. So that's why this is my most favorite meme that I post all the time on Slack, is that AI is so focused on being an absolutist in everything. Everything they give should be perfect. Everything, every solution AI gives should satisfy you, please you. And if you're looking for a solution that explains how your company works with hotels, there you go, you have it. So back to not solving complex UX problems. That's one of the things. Another thing that I don't think will be solved quite soon is alignment between the teams. And that's something I see, I'm sure you also see every day. Like when you work on a project, it's product designer, content designer, researcher. There should be a design manager usually. There is some sort of other stakeholder, engineers trying to come up with all the possible edge cases that you need to know. And of course, a PM. And to make sure that everything is aligned, everyone understands what's happening, to make sure that all the dots are connected and all limitations and edge cases are taken into account, that's really on you, because there is so often a communication breakdown between PMs, engineers, and product designers. And one of the things we do as content designers is serving sort of like a intermediate, like a translator, making sure that everyone is aligned on what we're doing and what kind of problem we're solving. There are so many cases where I had to suggest take a step back and actually ask ourselves what kind of message we're trying to get across, what kind of problem we're trying to solve. Another thing that is quite funny is staying consistent with core UX principles. And for that, I have like a quick example. We were experimenting with AI in our design team, and we had like a design hackathon day. And one of the tools, like a quick ones we wanted to develop, was checker that checks whether content is aligned with our guidelines and core UX principles. Everything was built kind of perfect, everything was nice, until at some point the tool started just quoting random UX principles not involved in the problem or not really even in the guidelines. So it's not even a quote, but you look at it, it looks very professional, you're like, okay, actually makes sense, I think we do have it. Then you go to the guidelines, and there's nothing there. So it needs so much control from your side, and that's why one of the key things is evaluating the output, because there is still a human factor involved on your side to make sure that whatever output you get is aligned with what you're trying to build, aligned with your guidelines and how you build in the product. When we're talking about evaluating the output, I want to pause for a second and tell you about my favorite suggestion that one of my friends had. He's like, okay, I'm a product manager, and here is what I do. I just go to ChatGPT or Gemini, and I say, okay, just act like a senior product manager, create a roadmap for Q3, and then take this result, create it as a senior product manager, and give me a refined version. The problem with that, why it doesn't work, is quite simple. You asked it to provide a solution based on the input data you give to it. You have to be pleased. AI wants to make sure you're happy and satisfied with the result. So if you ask it to criticize it, it will always criticize it. Always. It's unstoppable. It will refine it like for so long that you will get a completely different result in the end. So the only reason, sorry about that, the only reason to actually refine it and like change it is just because you asked for a better output. You asked to create it, and you get it. So in reality, you're not really getting a better output. Most often, you're just getting a different one, or differently phrased, or a completely different one. So I was curious to test it out, and I was playing with ChatGPT, and I was like, okay, I'm making a presentation for this conference. I have all the ideas in my mind, but I kind of don't have the full story yet. Can you help me do this, like build this story, how I want to tell it? And can you ask questions, please, to make sure the solution is really good? In the end, I got like 35 questions. It was not stopping at all. It was asking very similar questions, questions phrased a bit differently, but actually about the same things. At some point, there was even like a question that contradicted the previous question. So I actually had to ask it to stop at some point and start solutionizing. And the fun part is the solution was not even good because it asked so many questions and some of them contradicted itself that it did not come up with a good solution for me, which is good because it means I did this presentation on my own. So back to our list of things that it's not really good at yet. All the things that you see under the solving complex UX problems are actually a part of it. Because to solve a complex problem, you need to make sure that teams align. You need to make sure that the tool or whatever you're using and your team is consistent with the UX principles. And of course, you need to evaluate the output. That's where I want to talk about how our role is shifting and our responsibilities as well. Basically, at this point, not all the companies have this, but I think many are using AI tools to support the content needs, and content needs from PMs and teams that don't have the full support from a content designer or UX writer. So most of the ad hoc things are handled by some sort of tool, either internally built or using something like Writer AI and stuff like that. It means that content design can now focus on bigger things and only devote our time to projects where it's so content heavy, which, for instance, I'm lucky I have so many projects like that at TravelPerk because it's travel industry. You're constantly dealing with people failed trips, failed plans, or successful trips. Like you have so many things to communicate. So there are always projects that are content heavy. But there are small ones where I would waste my time, but I can just have an internal tool, have guidelines in it, and they will help PMs and designers. So, and of course, back to cross-alignment, we are making sure that the teams are connected, like all the dots are connected, and of course, defining the content patterns that can be fed into AI or can be reused within the company. And yeah, of course, we are reusing the outputs. We are evolving the systems we build internally, which means that overall, we have less doing and more decision-making. It means we can focus more on more strategic meetings, more strategic projects, and collaboration close with designers and researchers on projects that are big and high impact. So when we're talking about focusing on stuff, end-to-end or not, I think it's important to talk about what kind of support can we provide when we have AI tools. So when talking about support, I would like to define 3 levels that I see implementing useful for your company. First one would be self-serve, which means you can use either your own AI tool that you build for content changes and content checks, or maybe using just a Gemini or something, or customized one. Checking whether whatever you wrote is compliant with guidelines, checking whether it's compliant with heuristic principles and stuff like that. So really small things are self-serve, which means, and that's something I always suggest, in this case, the project has to be labeled that there was AI involved in this, because first of all, it will help you find all the projects done by AI, where AI one is involved, and evaluate the output later. But also another good thing is that when you're asked about a really bad solution, you're like, I was not even involved in that. I think that self-serve is super useful. It's kind of debatable because while I know product managers and product designers who will be super happy to use a support level like that, I also know that there are product designers, product managers who are like, no, let's actually collaborate on everything. I have all the time in the world, which is I love it, but I think many companies these days don't have that time. Lightweight support, which means we are helping with small impact projects. PMs or product managers, product designers can create early drafts, ideate with the AI, but in the end, content designer is always involved because we need to review it, we need to actually find out whether it's aligned with what we're trying to build, UX-wise and content-wise, and sometimes we will have to say, no, actually, take a step back and it requires more support. This one is very important because when you have a lightweight support level and content designer is involved in reviewing something that was done by AI, it's important to make sure that from the very beginning you outline how often you're involved in this, or which kind of projects can be supported in this way. Because you might actually end up constantly reviewing the output and not doing anything content design related directly. And of course, my favorite one of all time is full support, which means we take strategic high-impact projects, we are doing the full design cycle, everyone is involved, and everything is great. I think currently where we are, and I hope it's not going to change like tomorrow or in a month, because everything is so chaotic and everything's moving so fast. I can say that there are 3 pillars of the modern content designer or modern content design. The first one will be building and operating the systems. Second one will be collaborating strategically with other teams and other stakeholders. And the third one will be evaluation, checking how the AI tools are performing, checking whether the whole collaboration between the AI stakeholders, you, other designers, is good enough. When we talk about system building, we mean actually developing an AI tool internally, which is what we're doing now, for instance. Training it, making sure that anything you design and anything you create in terms of content, you always define patterns and principles that can be reused. For instance, like, okay, this is the content design pattern for the price breakdown on the checkout. This is how we treat them. Or this error messages for the booking flows. And it's not only going to help AI tools to give you better output, but also will help designers reuse it when they work on design and when they operate in self-serve mode. And of course, my favorite one, not really, maintaining a prompt library, making sure that whoever is using the AI tool, they know how to actually use it and how to get good results. Otherwise, you will just be constantly chasing and trying to understand why the output is so bad. And it's not even going to be AI fault at the end. Strategic collaboration, I think this one kind of is key, right? Because it's between you, AI, and the process of evaluation. It's making sure that all the knowledge that is scattered around the teams is gathered on time, and everyone who is involved in the project knows what kind of problem we're solving, what input information we have. Of course, taking ownership, as I mentioned before, of content-heavy projects, like actually leading them. For instance, what I love at TrialPerk, our content design subcompetence is quite strong, which means when the project is content-heavy, the content designer will be leading it alongside with the product designer. And of course, keeping all the documentation, making sure that the teams know what they're doing, because something that often happened in all of my companies, and unfortunately still happens, I think it's a problem that everyone has, is teams working in silos, not knowing that something has already been designed or defined as a pattern. That's actually on you to make sure everyone is aware of that. And of course, evaluation, analyzing how your tool is performing, making adjustments, reviewing the work that has been done without your involvement, and that's like where we need the labeling. And of course, running constant audits to make sure that since you're not the only one involved on working with content, it's AI tool, it's anyone using AI tool. We need to constantly run some audits to assess whether the quality bar is met product-wide, and it's not like just different random pieces of copy scattered around. And now we're approaching my favorite example, actually. Why is evaluation so important? So we built a chatbot, which helped us deal with users' trips, managing them, canceling them, making changes, and stuff like that. We call him Juno. He's very friendly. I love it because I was working on it. So we defined all the key intents, why the users are contacting Juno. We defined the patterns for the conversations. Everything was going great. And then we decided to enable the generative responses for some group of users to test it out and see how our AI assistant will be helping on its own, using the knowledge base, using everything it can find. And then we decided to review those conversations and see how it's performing. So there was a conversation like this. So the user is saying, I need a train from NY to BO. Juno is like, what do you mean NI and BO? The user says, well, New York and Boston. Do you mean Boston, US or Boston, UK? Kind of a fair question. There is Boston in UK, but at the same time, I would expect it to understand if the user is from US or not, for instance. But that's not the biggest problem. So the user responds, I mean US. And Juno is like, what do you mean US? Do you want me to prepare some travel plans for you for US? What exactly about US? And the customer just rage quits and never gets back to the AI assistants again. Which means evaluating the output of the chatbot, for instance, in this case, is key to actually making sure that your users, first of all, don't hate you, but also they return back and use chatbot again. Because you want it to be a successful solution. You want it to be like just a weird thing that sometimes helps and sometimes doesn't. So we're approaching the end of this presentation, and I want to discuss what's next for us. I think this piece of presentation is actually directed not only to content designers, but product designers as well, in a way. I think that our boundaries are going to be growing and moving outwards. What I mean by that, I will illustrate this with an example of what's happening to product design as I see it. Many product designers are now experimenting with, I hate vibe coding as a thing, like as a name for it, but yeah, they're experimenting with coding, they're experimenting with actually preparing code changes and committing it to GitLab and stuff like that, and actually taking it to production, which is, at first I was quite unsure how I feel about, because I think everyone has to stick to their own expertise. We are expert at certain things, and I'm not sure if like being a generalist is something I like. At the same time, I know that in any company that is big enough and the product that is big enough, you always have this problem where like we're solving this and we're releasing this feature, we have a plan, and if you need to change make some adjustments in UI, we will add it to backlog and maybe revisit it next spring, which is like in a year or something. And this way, product designers are already making some of the changes live through code, which I think will, for now, cause problems because there is this untapped territory where I think it's very important not to interfere with other competences. It's important to agree at the very beginning what kind of things are allowed to do, what kind of things will require, for instance, engineer and stuff like that. So I think the same thing will be happening to content designers because we all see Figma Make and other solutions that let you prototype things. And I think from what I saw of product designers using Figma Make and stuff like that, usually nailing down the proper prompt is the key thing. And that's where I know I said I don't like prompting and stuff like that, but at the same time, it means that we have kind of more power when it comes to creating quick prototypes with even Figma Make or something similar, and test out our solutions faster. This one, actually, I stole from my good friend and my colleague, Tim. Thank you, Tim. We were having a chat over coffee because many people are complaining that with AI tools, there will never be any juniors again. And I was kind of agreeing with that, but then Tim said, yes, but if we look at, let's say, what Meta is doing, what Facebook is doing, hiring, I don't remember exactly, but it was like 18-year-old person who is like super native in AI and everything, and they're hiring them for like millions of dollars and headhunting these people. I think the same thing will happen with junior. It's just going to be redefined. Junior content designer is not going to be a person who knows something about UX, knows how to write things and how to structure things. Junior content designers will be a person who is super native in using AI tools, super understand how to apply it to the design process. So not just keeping the classic Nielsen-Norman UX principles, but actually knowing how to apply AI better. And the last one, of course, is our judgment remains invaluable. Because in the world full of Junos, chatbots saying, not fully understanding what you're trying to say, there is always content designer and engineer and the product designer trying to fix this and trying to make sure that the chatbot operates well. And yeah, I mean, my last thing is kind of a cycle to the very beginning. I think that limiting yourself as a content designer to prompt engineering is certainly a choice. And it's up to you to, like, whether you want to be a prompt engineer, solidly working on that or not. Personally, I think I will still focus on using AI as a good tool to excel in UX solutions. Thanks so much. That's actually everything I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. Please stay on the stage. Now let's open the floor for questions. If you have any questions, just raise your hand, and Anastasia will hand over you a microphone to ask it. We have one over there. We are waiting for a microphone. Just a second. Yes, just in there. Can you raise your hand once more? Yes.
Hi, I just wanted to ask a question about how your job or future job of designer will change if we will feel that more and more workflows will go to the chat, or if they are going to go to the chat, or you can see this trend that bookings and everything is moving to the chat, and regular making a good form, making a good call to action is less and less important, or you cannot see this trend yet?
I don't think we see it yet, but from what I'm seeing now, from the research we're doing, from the experiments we're running, users still do the old school booking and old school cancellations and managing the trip, even when using the chatbot for it. And even if we imagine that the chat will be used as an interface for booking stuff and actually like starting the whole booking process, not only changing it, I think we are really quite far away from that. Most of the users just do it all the old way. And yeah, I think we're quite far from that. But how it will change, it will definitely involve still content designers and product designers, because there is plenty of stuff to design, even for the chat side. And like we even had a discussion recently about optimizing all the content we have on, I don't know, hotel pages and like all the booking pages to how AI searches and scans the information, which honestly, I'm not yet sure if it's going to be fun and interesting, but that's something we will have to do. So I think that's going to be one of the changes. But I'm also, back to my point about our competence growing outward, I think we will be, I don't know if it's going to upset someone from product design, but I think we're going to be way closer to product design than you can imagine. We're going to be even closer than now. But we'll see. That's just my prediction. I did hear some parts of your question maybe wrongly. So if I didn't answer you, let me know. Cool? Yeah, thank you.
All right, one more question in here.
Thank you for your talk. I feel well seen and kind of validated as a content designer working in a similar setup. Wanted to ask about the role of both product designers and content designers in this. Would you agree that content designers are in a way naturally equipped to work with language models, as we're experienced working with language? And what do you think would be the role of product designers in this collaboration?
Love the question, thank you. Yes, I actually think that I definitely agree with that. I think we're very well equipped working with content and language overall. And I'm seeing this, like working with product designers and product managers and seeing how they operate the AI systems and like how they prompt things and how they talk to it and what kind of results they get. Almost always, and it's not a dig at them, it's like they're doing fantastic with what they have. They don't have the full content design, like just content mindset, but every time I see something, I'm like, okay, I see the solution from, let's say, Figma Make, and I'm like, I definitely know what you asked wrongly here, and this is why it's structured this way, and like, let me help you next time get a better result. I think from our side, we will be working a lot with product designers to teach them this. Not sure yet, like I don't have a take yet on whether it's going to be like we will teach them that and then we are going to be extinct. I don't think so. But in terms of product design, like it or not, but I think it's going to be very close to coding. I think that what I see, not only in my company, but in other companies as well, product designers are more and more often trying the vibe coding stuff, and it actually works. There are still some sort of conflicts and controversies around whether engineers are happy or whether the engineering manager is happy with the fact that we have our standards and now you're making these changes and we are not sure if we can control all of them. But that's what I see. It's happening more and more. Personally, like I have a diploma in software engineering, and the reason why I'm doing content design exactly because I didn't like it and I didn't want to do this. So I'm not sure yet how I feel about that, but we'll see. I think having AI on your side helps you not hate coding that much. So maybe that's going to be good. Thank you.
Okay, here is one more question.
Hey, regarding the complex problems, if I remember correctly, you said you try to ask AI questions, and you said it didn't work pretty well for you. And for me, for my use case, I see if I starting asking some question, but with more limits, like giving me 5 questions about some topic creative, helps me to expand my mental model a bit, so I can then ask better questions, especially in matter of problem I don't know very well. And just want to ask you if you are like very confident this is not good method, or maybe in sometimes it can work as starter.
Okay. A bit hard to hear from that microphone, but from what I heard, I hope my answer will make sense. I was talking about not me asking questions. It was about like when you go to AI and you're like, okay, can you provide a solution for the problem I have? It starts solutionizing without asking any questions unless you ask it to do, right? So, as a good prompt engineer, I was like, make sure you ask all the questions you have, all the context you need should be gathered before you actually give me a solution. And the problem is that it started asking more and more and more and more. The questions were the same, very similar. Some of them were contradicting the questions that were asked before. And it was about the presentation and the structure of presentation. And ChatGPT was like, okay, but do you want your first slide to be like super playful, but the second slide being like very serious? And I was like, no, cool, 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 cool. The fourth slide, do you think it's time to be playful and maybe drop a meme? And I was like, yeah, sure, let's drop a meme. How many memes do you need? Do you need like 15 memes or maybe 50 memes? I was like, let's stick to like 3. 3 memes overall or 3 memes on this slide. Like, it's cool that it's asking this. The problem is that it's a good illustration that it will keep asking it until you're like super satisfied. And it's an example of, I'm already installing some guardrails. I'm telling, please do not solutionize before you get the answers. But I forgot that I need to also add another guardrail and say, do not ask a million questions. Only ask like some questions. Just at some point start solutionizing. And if I do that, there's definitely going to be another problem later. I will be maybe not satisfied with how many questions it asked. So that was more about that. It's like about constantly setting limitations for that. And it's still kind of, I don't want to say fails, but it still doesn't fail to surprise you how many more limitations it needs. Thank you.
We have time for the last question. I cannot see hands. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
You can meet Oleksiy. You can meet Oleksiy in the meet and greet section, which is right there. Yes. Thank you one more time. And you can take your app as well and rate this session. Thank you very much, and we will see each other in 10 minutes. All right, it's time for our next speech. Next speaker is Gabriela Kłos-Kufel, UX and UI designer at AWU Systems, working with the Goodloot team. Welcome. Just a few more words about Gabriela. She gained her experience collaborating with startups and brand strategy departments. In 2022, together with her team, she won a hackathon with an AI-based at the Hub. Today, Gabriela will present digital signage at Goodloot case study. Warm welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Can we go to the very first slide? Now you've got, okay, a little bit of spoiler. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad that so many of you came here today. Well, I honestly didn't expect such a big crowd for a presentation about an ice cream. But I promise, it won't be just about an ice cream. It's about designing for decision and how even such small things like choosing a flavor can inspire a better products. But first, let me quickly introduce myself. Again, I'm Gabi Kłos, and I'm product designer at AV System, when I work on digital products and internal tools for Goodloot. And if you're from Krakow or from Warsaw, there's a good chance that you already know the brand. But for everyone else, please let me give you a quick intro. Goodloot is Polish local artisan ice cream company with almost 40 locations, headquartered in Krakow and expanding into Warsaw. And yes, the name is a bit of wordplay. It makes more sense in Polish, I promise. Okay, but what really makes Goodloot special, of course, among amazing artisan quality of products, is how digital it is. Some of you may already know our Goodloot mobile app, our flagship product, or maybe you've seen the digital signage before, or maybe you've seen our website. These are those guest-facing products, guest-facing touchpoints, but that's just the tip of an iceberg here. Beyond them, there's a whole digital ecosystem of internal tools that my team at AV System designs, develops, and maintains. So what's beneath that surface? We've built our own point of sale system. It was here. Yeah, you can see it in every shop. Logistics and delivery planning systems, apps for drivers, for production managers, and the warehouse management tools also. Even a recipe management system connecting production systems and our mobile app to show you ingredients and allergens of each flavor. And yes, we've also made our own self-service topping dispenser we call the Joystation. But as you can see now, it's not just about an ice cream. It's a whole complex digital ecosystem. But today, I'd like to focus on one specific part of that ecosystem, our digital signage. These are the screens above the counter showing the pricing, additional products like coffee or toppings, and of course the flavors available in current location. But the signage isn't standalone. It pulls data directly for our central systems. The same information appears in Goodloot app, where guests can check flavors in any of our shops, in our web delivery app, even, and it shops the dedicated web page. So it's one ecosystem, different touch points, powered by the same data. But starting from the very, very beginning, why screens at all? Why not a chalkboard with handwritten flavors? Wouldn't that feel more artisan? Well, there were several reasons we went digital. First, flexibility. The offer itself differs depending on the shop. And our flavors change daily, and often even in the middle of the day. When one flavor runs out and gets replaced, the screen updates instantly. Asking staff to rewrite the chalkboards, especially during a rush, with long queue in front of them, would definitely be chaotic. And visibility matters too. People can read the screen even from the queue, without having to walk up to the counter. Screens also allows us to present all information clearly. Many of our guests have dietary needs. They want to know, is that flavor vegan? Does it contain gluten or any other allergens? And that's too much detail to fit clearly on a blackboard. Another reason is efficiency. With central updates, we can be sure that every location displays current information, correct information. We have real-time previews from each location. We also can introduce changes with almost no delay. And most importantly, without distracting staff from serving our guests. But coming to the redesign, this is what our digital signage looked like before. Both the old version and the new one consist of at least 2 screens. One screen to show pricing and products, and another additional 1 or 2 to show available flavors. But with this old design, there were several recurring problems. The biggest and the most important one was the paging on the flavor screen. When more than 10 flavors were available, they were split into 2 pages, and that happened very often. So it was extremely frustrating when the page was turned right in the middle of reading. And on the other hand, if you managed to read all the flavors quicker, then you had to wait until the pages switched to see the rest. And by the time it did, many people had just already forgotten what they saw on the first page. Okay, so what was my challenge here? Of course, to redesign the signage so that as many flavors as it's possible are visible on the same time. The information is clear, and the system actually helps our guests to make a decision. Of course, I started by conducting research, not only competitive and desk one, but also interviews with our staff, who deals with our guests on a daily basis, and of course with the guests themselves. I decided to go back to the very, very basis and ask myself, what is digital signage really for? Its purpose is simple, to help our guests choose which flavor they want to eat. And of course, because all flavors at Goodloot are amazing, which makes it a pretty tough decision. After all, deciding what to eat is one of the hardest existential struggles of adult life, right? But to understand this decision-making process, I created and tested a few versions of the signage, and I showed them to our guests and asked questions afterwards. Okay, a little bit of glitch. I observed how the guests interacted with our test version, and of course some people came in for their favorites. So always the same choices, no surprises there. And in our app, you can also check the current flavors in picked locations. So there were some people that they told me that they have already checked the flavors before arriving or while standing in the queue. So they were in the group I was interested the most in the terms of the redesign. I focused on the largest group, and the most important one for me was those guests who make their decision in front of digital signage. And here's the fascinating part. Most of us, when choosing flavors, when choosing what we want to eat, follow a very similar pattern. First, we enter the shop and think what's on today. So we scan the menu and get to know all available options. Then we start thinking, maybe pistachio, mango, or that new chocolate flavor. So we pick a few favorites and narrow down the options. Next comes an elimination. This one I've already had, this one is creamy, and this one I'm not in the mood for, and this one is creamy, but today I feel like a sorbet. And finally, we repeat those eliminations until the choice is clear. And of course, usually the winner isn't just the one flavor, because you can order 3 or 2 scoops. So our inner monologues continue, so maybe pistachio and maybe mango with it. And this is the real decision-making process that the signage needs to support. So based on my observations, I began designing a layout that would truly support the decision-making process. The goal was clear, to make it possible to scan all available options at once, give just enough information to imagine all flavor, to weigh those pros and cons, and ultimately, to help our guests make a confident choice. So, with all respect to the minimalism, I couldn't imagine designing it without images. And here's the thing, we really do eat with our eyes. When it comes to food, showing what it looks like, the texture, the color, the ingredients, makes the choice so much easier and so much more tempting. Technically, it was easy to organize because we already had a photo for each flavor in our app or on our social media also. So bringing the same visuals into the signage was a quite natural step. That also created the consistency. If our guest sees that in our app that today's special is strawberry pavlova and it has this kind of photo, this kind of ingredients, when it comes to the shop, they instantly recognize the same image that they saw before. And that moment of recognition connects the dots. Yeah, that's what I came for, that's what I saw. So from there, it was just about fine-tuning. One of those details I wanted to test was the use of icons. As a product designer, I'm quite used to relying on icons while creating a UI. So naturally, I created a layout with icons for flavor categories. So sorbets versus vegan versus cream-based, etc. But the results of the tests surprised me. Many of our guests simply ignored the icons. They have struggled to answer the questions, do you see which flavor is vegan or which flavor is sorbet? And I wonder also why. And then it clicked. The context matters. Apps are usually used in the calm environment, at home, in the office. The user has time to scroll, to read, to decode the icons. What's more important, we are familiar with those symbols on the devices like phones, like smartphones or desktops. But the signage is complete opposite. You're standing in a busy shop or shopping mall, maybe with kids, bags, or a dog. There's noise, conversations, advertising screens, and of course the ice cream counter itself fighting for your attention. In that environment, the brain works differently. It's too busy processing more urgent signals. You don't carefully decode the icons, the symbols. You look for the biggest, the clearest cues for color, images, bold text. Anything subtle, like small icons, risk being ignored. But we still wanted to show essential information, to communicate honestly, to answer our guests' questions even before they ask them. So, based on all these observations and tests, we finally arrived at the design that you can see here and in our shops. The system consists as the previous one, consists of two core parts, a pricing screen and a flavor screen. The design, though here, is fully modular. Depending on the offer and particular location, we can rearrange or swap out the modules on the pricing screen without breaking overall structure. For example, when a particular shop offered toppings, we show the topping module. You can see it as well. And if it serves also coffee or any other kind of products, we show the coffee module. And if it don't serve, for example, this topping, we can swap out the module and show it without the topping, for example. Okay, but as the product range has grown, we also had to find space for things like nut spreads or creams. And we solve this with a rotating slider. That's the slider with jars that you can see here. And here, each product gets a moment of focus. And of course, I know, it might sound like the same problem that we've had with paging. But here, all the jars are still visible behind the counter. So guests always see the full offer in front of them, while the screen helps us to use the digital space more efficiently. On the flavor screen, on the left, yeah, that's left. On the flavor screen, well, I introduced something like a featured flavor. This is the big tile that you can see on the left side on the flavor screen. And the smaller flavored tiles, which came in 2 sizes, depending on how many flavors we need to show at once. The featured flavor. The featured flavor is a special element in the layout. It highlights the brand core's, one of the brand's core value, that every day is a new flavor of the day, usually something new to discover. With a larger image and a short description, it adds context and a small story about the flavor. It is especially useful when we've got flavors with more poetic names. It draws attention and makes them more memorable with this small story. And also, by reusing the same visuals across the app, signage, and social media, we keep consistent brand communication. The whole project was designed to show as many flavors as it's possible, while still maintaining clear readability. So I prepared a flexible pattern that can either adjust the size of the tiles, of the flavor tiles, or add 1 or more featured flavors. The bigger tiles appear in the layout that can fit up to 15 flavors. That's the layout on the left. Yeah, right. On the right. And the smaller tiles allows us to fit up 3 more, so up to 18 flavors at once. And that's the layout on the left. Split it into pages. Yeah, it still happens, but only when we exceed 18 flavors. And that's relatively rare. Also, in many locations, we have 2 flavor screens available. So there we can present up to 36 flavors at once, and that's a pretty big number. This is, for example, a situation when we've got 70 flavors available. But at this shop, we have 2 screens to display the flavor. And also, interesting fact come during a test. It was that we need to duplicate the flavor and show it both on the flavors list and as a featured flavor. And many people just didn't notice it. I also wondered why. And here's when the banner blindness comes in. Big tiles, busy environment, there are the queue, all the stuff we mentioned before, and also the pressure to make the decision quickly. It makes our brain treat the list as a menu. Everything else gets labeled as nice, catchy, but overall less important. So after solving an issue of banner blindness, I faced another challenge, because not every shop looks the same. In some locations, all screens are vertical. So I had to rethink the layout and adapt it to the format as well. I adjusted the size of the featured flavor. In vertical layouts, I decided to use the larger tiles. The same tiles that I used in the horizontal layouts that could fit up to 15 flavors. But here, in a vertical layout, we can show up to 18 flavors at once. Also, interesting thing that came up during test was that many people should be wearing glasses, and they know it, but they usually don't do it. They just openly admitted that they might not be the best test user because they can barely see the screen without the glasses, and they left it at home. And you may wonder, what about the language? Because all the screens I've shown you so far were in Polish. As we are in Poland and we are serving Poland guests, but we've got many of international guests. So we solved it with a simple module. Each shop has a unique web page showing the flavors available in this shop, in this location. The web page is available in Polish, English, and Ukrainian language, and it opens right after scanning a QR code. The QR code are placed inside the shops, and also the web page is linked to our Google Maps site of each point of interest of each shop. And if someone doesn't speak Polish, the staff can point out the code, or the guest can simply notice it and scan it and use it, of course. And to make it even more visible, in some location, we display the QR code on the signage directly here. For example, in the shop on Grodzka Street, when we've got a lot of international tourists, so it's really useful there. So how it's going? To make sure that design really worked, I ran final usability tests with our guests. In the latest reviews, 80% of our guests said that the flavors are presented in the readable way. 70% said that it's clear to them which flavors are vegan and which flavors are water-based. And 83% of interviewed guests said that the pricing screen is clear and easy to understand. So that's all. Thank you for your attention. I hope this case study gave you some inspiration and maybe make you a little bit hungry. So to wrap things up, we've prepared a small gift for you with the magic word, context matters. You can get 10% discount at our event stand. We call it the Blood Card, by the way. So please come by, say hi, and of course, enjoy some ice cream. Thank you so much. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Gabriela, one more time. And as this was a power talk, so the questions can be asked in the greet and meet area section, where you can find Gabriela and speak to her. Also, remember that you can rate the session in the app. Also, there is a place in the app where you can ask questions. So feel free to use it. Thank you, and see each other in 8 minutes. All right. Our next speech is Andre Fengueiro. Andre is head of design of Tiedevery, a founder of Human Lab EU with over 20 years of experience across Europe. He specializes in integrating AI into design to drive innovation and business value. His work has entered international awards, including an IF Gold Award for Canon, and has been featured at the Tate Museum in London. Today, he will share his insights on the future of UX, AI-enhanced workflows, and beyond. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Super.
Perfect.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. So my name is Andre, as the presenter mentioned, and I want to bring this topic up for you about the future of UX. And the way that I'm going to do this, in a very simple format, would be to have a traditional three-story part of how UXers will behave. So we have a past UXer, and then he's not using AI. Then we have a new UXer, Nick, and then he is using AI as part of his development process. And then we'll have a future UXer, Frederick, and then his native AI. And we'll see what are the differences between these three types of UXers. To do that, and to come with me in this journey, I need to take us a little bit into new perspectives, okay? We need to a little bit break free from our models, and we need to zoom out and really think about what does UX and innovation means. So I want to start at this very, very high level. And I do this in two parts of my career, and I have two different approaches on how to use AI in UX. One is that I'm the head of design at Tietoevry, and if you don't know, Tietoevry is a company that works mostly in the Nordics, so Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Denmark. And I'm developing public sector products. And then I have a night job, and that is at the Human Lab. And here I don't have so many constraints, like I don't have the same constraints as a big organization. Right? I'm working as a private consultancy, and I can experiment on how to develop design. And this is very important, because on one, I'm legally bound. On another one, I have room to experiment. Okay? And in both of my jobs, exactly in both of my jobs, I have exactly the same mission. So my end goal is exactly the same, right? Is that I need to deliver value to customers. And if you are in design or if you are in UX, and they ask you, what do you want to do? What's your end goal? That is always the answer, right? We want to deliver value to the customer, okay? And this is a very important statistic for me. This is my favorite statistic. This is a statistic from Bain & Company, and it's a report that they did in the top organizations in the world, and then 80% of the companies believe that they deliver great value to customers. And what's very interesting, in the same report, they check with the customers, and 8% of them agrees, okay? And of course, I always find this is a funny story, because it's between 80 and 8, right? And we can blame business. But ultimately, if I am the UX or designer, this is part of my responsibility. I'm failing at my job if I'm not managing to cover this gap, okay? So we can go to different reasons why we don't meet the customer needs. I give you the top 3. This is the most common ones. I have seen this throughout of all my career. And then one is that innovation cycles are just too slow. It takes us too long to get to market, when we get to market, either competitors have been in, or the demands have changed, or we totally missed the scope. And then when we get to market, the clients are not there anymore. The other one is that generally R&D lacks connection to customers. Customer is just, by the way, I will talk to him at the end when he will tell me how great the job is, and it's not really integrated into the processes of early discovery and keep contact with them. And the last but not least, we also have projects that have very few customer metrics of success. What does success look like? And how do we make sure that we are hitting this? And this is throughout organizations. And this is nobody else's fault. It's like we can share responsibility. But I think if you are in design, and especially as me, as I'm a head of design, this is my responsibility. So I often need to rethink. And I need to take this very large perspective. Like, what are we doing wrong? What are the things that I need to do in myself and in my team to change? And I want to start then by looking at the traditional UXer. So this is a past UXer. This is no longer exists in my teams. Okay? And I'm going to give you the statistics. So this was measured inside of my UX team. And I can show you this pie chart. And then this is where they spend their time weekly. Okay? And you can see that they spend about 9% talking to customers, what is good. They spend about 22% actually doing UX work, actually developing flows, actually prototyping, actually experimenting. Then they spend 15% in strategic meetings, like design systems, accessibility, gaining knowledge. And then they have 27% in project coordination meetings with other disciplines. Then they have other coordination meetings, 18%. And they have then other meetings like one-to-one, personal development, and so on. So this graph shows, in average, how my designers spend their time. And what is really important about this is that they are 31% productive. This is all that we get out of them. We cannot get more. 31%. And if you now take you back to this statistic of 80 to 8, this is also part of the problem. It's not only other people's responsibilities, it's also our responsibilities. We are not doing the right things more often than we should. And we could be that we don't have capacity, it could be that you are a new team, but in average, a traditional designer is only 31% productive. So I want to propose some solutions for you. These are not the final solutions, but there's just a new way of you to think about. So we will present you my day job at TheatoEvery and my night job at Human Labs. And I'll try to explain what are the differences between them. So in one, we'll have an AI-empowered workflow, and this is based on the double diamond. So can I ask you if you can, who knows here about the double diamond? Can raise the hand? Okay. Roughly 50% of the people knows what is the double diamond. Okay. In very simple terms, a double diamond is just areas that you explore and you diverge and you converge, right? So it's like we might need to go and understand what are the user needs, and then we are going to explore multiple, and then we say, okay, out of this multiple, these are the ones that are more relevant. Then we mark them, and then we went to conceptualization, where we actually start making the first screens and trying to understand how this would look like. So this is just the normal traditional process. But what we do at TheatoEvery, or what we're trying to do at TheatoEvery, is that on top of this process, we are just layering tools, just layering AI tools that will help us meeting those needs, right? These 8% needs. And if you want to have an analogy on how this would look like, just think about these AI tools sort of a GPS. Okay? This is only that it is. You are driving the car, you're making all the decisions, but you have this tool besides you that helps you automating some of these tasks. So I don't need to stop and read a map. He says, no, maybe take right hand turn here, because that might bring you some more results. Or instead, it could be that a road is closed and you need to reroute. And you need to reroute fast to meet your meeting. So therefore, this is the main goal of when we are looking at AI tools, is that they don't determine the output. We determine the output, but we use the tool to help us to get there. And this is what I want you to have. And I'm going to show you 3 tools that we are exploring. Maybe some of them you already know. Maybe some of them will be new. That will help you there. And one of them that we are using, it's called Breta. And I don't know if you know this tool. And this is basically AI-powered insights tool. And this solves a very specific problem inside of my team. Inside of my team is, if one designer has questions about an end-user problem, he goes out and he makes an interview. He makes a report, stores it in his own files, and we'll never see that report again. It's gone. Other designer has another question, exactly the same question, and then he goes again and does again another user interview. So somehow we managed to develop a team that has individual reports, but they don't centralize it. And it's not easy to get to the insights. And if you think about this, if I have a question or I want to discover a new part of a customer, and one of my team members already has been there, and I can search for these answers, then I can take 2 decisions. Either the answer has been already answered and I don't need to go out, or maybe it has added new questions. And then I can go and have a much more sharper question, and we grow then in maturity as we move on. So I'm going to give you an accelerated example of just how this looks like. So this is Breta. I just upload a lot of user tests. So it was just tests that we had. And then I tell him what is the context. What am I looking for? And then after this, he already starts giving me insights, and I can read. This is all in Norwegian, I'm sorry. But he's trying to pinpoint all the insights that he found on the user interviews that reply to my question. And more importantly than this, he also highlights it, and you saw there was a video snippet of it. And I actually can see the video snippet of the client, and then I can zoom, I can move forward or move back, and I can really understand, it's like, was it the right question? Did it answer my question or not? So the decision is up to me to understand if the insight is correct or not, but at least I have now access. So there is no more one single designer that does research, stores it, and nobody has access to it anymore. Now we have a team that is generating insights, and we can search all the interviews all the time. And this is a really good tool to help us in the UX instead of the team. The other one that you have is Figma Make. This last year was a hype. You probably already have all seen it, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. I expect that you already seen it. But Figma Make is basically a prompt text tool. You can add and make some requirements on, I want to create, this was a kind of a financial app, and then he will generate the first insights. We are actually talking with Figma. I've been talking with Figma for the last year because we want to upload our design system into it. So then when the output comes, it already has our design system into it, but you can see that it's kind of generating. Again, is this the best design that we will have, or the last design? No. But is this the design that really helps us to prototype first ideas, having discussion with clients, especially at early stage? Yes. This is really important for us. It's about speeding our first iterations and go to market. And you can see here that then automatically it will create the first flows, and now we have an app. And often this is exploratory. I'm not 100% sure that this is the right way, but it's at least the first prototype that cost me a couple of hours, not a lot, to go and have the first interactions with the customer, instead of spending days and weeks to get there. There is another one that you also can see. This is basically from Shatsian, from V0, Vercel. And what I want to do here is that it's a little bit closer to Figma Make, but this gives a little bit more of control on the back end than Figma. And I'm going to ask to make, see, yes, here it is. I'm going to actually import a Figma file. into it, so it worked very much in collaboration. And then after I have asked to import the Figma file, he's going to read the file, and he's going to actually make a live prototype out of it. Okay? And this is, of course, as I said again, this is not the final result, but this is very, very useful in first interactions. And then you can see now the link between Figma and front-end development is probably going to get shorter, and you might have some added value in your interactions with the customers. Okay? So what is interesting is that this is Nick, and he's the first AI-enabled UXer. Okay? This is what we require from the team now. Okay? If I'm going out and recruiting new designers, if he's not at this level, he has a competitive disadvantage. I will not prioritize a client that doesn't know, a designer that doesn't know basic AI tools, just because it doesn't fit our team and what we want to go forward with. And what you can see is that these customer interactions that actually were 31%, we see that this now can be shortened. Okay? And then we expect that on that specific categories, we will have 40% productivity gain. And then you can ask, but why is this important for me? Now, how does this meet the goal? Well, the assumption here, and it is my assumption, is that the importance of this is that when we go into the AI-enabled workflow, so when we have no AI, maybe they did 1 or 2 prototypes, and that was it. That was all the time that he had. But I believe that if you're starting using the new AI tools, then you actually can do maybe more iterations. And we hope, this is the assumption that we have, it's not proven scientifically yet, but we hope by making more iterations and having more time to spend on the tasks that we need, that will raise the quality of our products. And then that 8% maybe becomes 9, maybe becomes 10, maybe becomes 20 in the future. So this is my day job, okay? So this is, now I'm going to talk about something totally different, and this is my night job. And this is a new way of thinking about this. So I have asked about the double diamonds, and you all know. Who knows here, by raising your hands, what is the Stingray model? Who knows about the Stingray model? Okay, 1 person. Okay, very good. And I will try to give you a little bit of a definition of Stingray model. So the Stingray model was created by the Board of Innovation. It's a company from Belgium. And they are disrupting the way that we think. So they are attempting to kill the double diamonds to be AI-enabled solution first. And the approach is totally different, because they don't center the human at the center of the development process, but they actually center the AI. Okay? So humans in this model become managers of AI, if this makes sense. So you are spending a lot of time first training the model, and then you go to development, iteration, and validation fast. So this is very experimental. Nobody knows if this is going to work, but I wanted to be in the first line of how we do product development using the Stingray model. And I want to give you this example, that it is, if in the first one we had a GPS, in this model, it's slightly different. We have a self-driven car. I'm still there. I'm controlling the car. I said, this is where I want to go, but he's driving me there. And he's avoiding traffic and obstacles. But if I think that I'm a danger, I can take control and steer away from the problem. So this is the mindset that this model brings. So I'm doing this, as I said, on Human Lab, and for different reasons. But one of this is I want to be at the cutting edge. I want to be learning about the new methodologies and how they will influence our way. Some will work, some will fail, and that's OK. But the thing that I wanted to explain about this new model is the speed. That is I've never seen before. So every time, this is just a kind of a metaphor, this is one concept that was AI-generated, created, and now is being launched to the market. And this is a second one. And this is a third one. and this is the forward one. Sorry? Yeah. So I'm trying to show you the speed that new AI concepts will be generated in the future if this Stingray model will work. You can do multiple solutions really, really fast. And you're going to do that in a different way, right? You are going to add some AI agents. You're going to have a RAG. RAG is just basically context and historical background of the solutions that you want to create. And then you're going to have an external validation tool. So that could be, depends a little bit, but let's assume that this will be, you want to develop a new app and you want to A/B testing it on Facebook, which is the one that is going to work more. Something like this. And then you set up the whole system to create that iterations by itself, and then you launch, and then you see which are the ones that are working. So it's really about generating thousands of concepts and getting to the one that you think that is the one that will be more successful. So the volume of iterations is huge. And I'm going to give you just a quick example how this could look like. This is a software that I developed. It's very basic, but it was just to prove the concept. So I have uploaded a PDF that has a basic brief. You can see here. And it's just about creating an application. Then it gives me a really short description of what is this brief about, so I can understand. And then I created a couple of agents, and this is just to create context. They were all, in this example, they were all Chinese type of customers. And then I gave them an occupation, a personality. And then what I do then to this one is that then I will start interrogating them about the brief. I said, if you wanted to answer this brief, how should we do that? And can you give me some different options? And then you can see here they gave me 3 options. And then if you click on it, there is like a full description and text base of why they are deciding this way. But what's very interesting for me is that now I can choose, in this case, Sophie and Lynn. And because they have different personalities, they will give me different answers. So then I can decide, based on this information, new information that I'm generating, if this is actually the right answer that I'm looking for. So you can see here, I'll select them. And then they will give me a rating. I'm just refreshing. And then they give me a rating. And Sophie says, oh, this is a great solution. This will match my needs. And Lily said, it's OK. It's not a perfect solution for me. And now I can have a dialogue with them. Why is it? Why do you think that it's good? Why do you think that it's bad? And then we will have some quick can you please explain why you rated this way? And then they start generating the first interaction. And now I'm thinking, together with AI, with this kind of AI agents, I'm thinking, maybe it is not the correct solution, maybe it is a different one. I'm not sure. I can expand on this. And then in this case, just for example, I'll say, OK, this is OK, and I just want you to create this. And he just created it. The secret now is that I don't really care about the quality of what is he creating. What I care is that now I will push it in LinkedIn, and I'll let humans give feedback to this. And then I'll generate 300 concepts that will be tested in LinkedIn, and I'll see which of the concepts is the most successful. Why is this target audience engaging with this one? And then I'll make a decision if this will be my final design or not. So this is a total new way. As you can see, I'm not only talking to users, but I'm actually leveraging this AI platform and also social media to get into the answers faster. And very, very likelihood, this type of approaches, if not this one, but similar to these ones, will be what we call an AI native UXer. And the difference between an AI designer that just uses the tool to empower and one that is a native one is that he's now backing up by data. And he's looking at data as the main source of information. And the assumption that I have here is that if you remember this 31% of productivity, is that we are going to probably increase that to probably 80%. okay? And we are going to do more design more often. And we are going to fail more often, but we are also going to succeed much more. And that is really what is important here. I want to show you I found this last slide yesterday, and I thought it was very interesting. And this is from NN Group, and this is the UX maturity today. And this was asked to UXers themselves, right? So this is a very specialized group. And on one sense, they say, what are the numbers of responses? And then on this one, on the horizontal one, they're saying, like, what is the maturity level inside of your organization? And you can see that there is now a very big presence between emergent and somehow structured. But that's not the majority. And what I expect that regardless if you're using the double diamond with AI, or if you're going to go to the Stingray model, this is what we want to see. Is much more structured, integrated, and hopefully user-driven at a much more higher levels than we are seeing today. These questions about 80 to 8, it's not somebody else's fault. It's our responsibility to grow and to increase. So, as we move forward in this AI era that nobody has the total answer and the total picture, I want to start again with a big picture that I mentioned in the beginning. I want to free ourselves from traditional ways of thinking and thinking about how can I solve this problem in a different way. And I want to make sure that everything that I develop together with my team does one thing and one thing only, is build great products for my clients. My name is Andre, and this was my presentation.
Thank you, Andre. All right, don't forget to share your thoughts in the app. You can rate the session. And remember that you can meet Andre in our Greet and Meet section, which is right there next to the registration. And now it's time for a longer coffee break, which will last until 11:50. See you later. Up next, please welcome Wojtek Kutyła from Human Think Limited, an experienced UX and digital accessibility expert with clients all over the world. He's here with us from Edinburgh, and his speech will explore speed of progress at the cost of technological exclusion, no-code, UI libraries, AI tools, and web accessibility. And remember that you can use your app also to ask questions. Let's give him a big round of applause. Wojtek.
Hi everyone, dzień dobry everyone. It's nice to be here after a few years of not being here. My name is Wojtek Kutyła. Some of you might know me from the things I do around the web, but of course not everyone has, so just a short intro. I work with web accessibility. I've been doing that for a very long time now. The first time I connected to the internet was in early 90s, and back then it was a very different experience, as you can imagine. I've seen a lot. I've been working for big, small companies, all sizes, all types, pretty much everywhere. Now I live in Edinburgh. I run my own consultancy over there, and what we do is mostly accessibility expertise, auditing, training, all sorts of jazz. I wrote a book about web accessibility too, sadly in Polish. If you'd like a copy of the book, you can find me later, but that's not important. We're not here for that. We're here for something else. And today we're going to be talking about some of the tools that we use daily and the issues that they are sort of connected to. Now, this talk is slightly different to what I originally anticipated. I thought it would be me bitching about the AI for most of the time. And there's some of that here, of course, because how could I not? At the same time, you will see that the talk will divert into a very different route at some stage. And I hope that at the end of it, we'll all leave the place with some questions in our minds that we could ask ourselves in order to just become better designers and happier humans. At the end, we'll have time for questions and answers. There'll be quite a lot of it, so don't be shy. Ask either in English or in Polish. I can translate, obviously. And yeah, let's just see what we can do here. So first of all, I would like to look at some numbers with you. They're quite important to understanding what I want to talk about today. Just last year, according to various stats I found, there was more than 500,000 of no-code or low-code apps published in the internet. Now, for those of you who do not know what low-code or no-code is or are unsure, those are the tools that allow us to create digital experiences without actually digging into much code. So tools such as Webflow, or to some extent even things like WordPress and Squarespace, sometimes more intelligent tools, or intelligent as Lovable. We now have the, that's not me. I think we have the same issue with remotes as we had 2 years ago, when if somebody else presses the remote button in another room, my slides switch. So that's going to be very funny because we're going to be competing on that. So let's see how it works. Worth taking a note about this. Anyway. So yeah, those tools are everywhere basically, yeah? And there's an estimation of the market value last year on roughly on 29 million of American dollars, which is a lot of money. This is a global market, and it's rising very quickly. Like, we hear about them every day. If you look at your LinkedIn, your Instagram, or wherever you look for information, pretty much every second other post would be about AI in some ways. Now, Microsoft says that, whether believe it or not, 90% of apps and websites will be built with those tools over the next 5 years, which means that we have a big revolution coming. And this is very significant. It's going on very, very quickly. It's not quite what we, I think, anticipated in general. There are some upsides and downsides to that. Upsides, of course, we can work faster. Downsides, we can work faster. So, we're going to be talking about this today and some of the issues that's related to. Now, this is starting to worry me because this thing is now switching slides when I don't want to. So let's sort that out, please. Thank you. My LinkedIn is full of this information, just like yours. Everywhere we have, new tools emerging pretty much every day. I actually stopped, taking notice, and it's very hard to lose the track of what's going on. Every other day, I have a message from someone saying, hey, we started using AI in our company and accessibility doesn't kind of work for us anymore. Not that it ever did really, but it doesn't really now at all. So can you help? And I go like, huh, well, I don't know, maybe. So you know, it's not to say that I don't like any of these tools. I use AI daily in my work. I rely on search engines that use AI. I sometimes generate things with AI. But I'm just not very relaxed about this when, you know, they are everywhere and they are taking the world by storm, but everything just goes a bit too fast for my liking, and I don't think we have enough time for introspection here. There's also research that points that AI actually makes us dumber when we are using it as designers, not only designers, but just people in general. It impacts the way our neurons work, it impacts the way our memory works, and I certainly feel that myself. When I'm asking Perplexity about things, Perplexity is the one that I use. They don't pay me, by the way. I just say this so you know what I'm using. When I'm using it, I'm asking it questions that are quite sophisticated, such as like, find me a car with a petrol engine that could fit a family of 3 and a dog and was made between this and that year and has high reliability score. But I'm also starting to ask it like very simple questions as like, what can I cook from cabbage and potatoes? Or like, you know, what's in cinema on Thursday? So I'm finding out that I'm really like starting to, you know, I'm really sorry about this. I'm starting to struggle with this quite a lot, where AI is creeping into my even basic searches and things. So you can imagine that if this happens for me in my personal life, it of course happens at work, because somebody said one day that there's something like work-life balance, but what's that? If anybody knows, wow, tell me, right? So we have all of this. I don't want to say it's all negative, but it's quite difficult. Now we have all these tools, 500,000 of apps and websites created last year with the tools that use AI or no code or low code. And then we have this, yeah? We are in 2024, a year ago, I mean now in 2005 obviously, but a year ago, the WebAIM Million website survey recognized the fact that 95.9% of websites tested failed even basic WCAG checks. Now, if you are working with accessibility, you would know that WCAG, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, sometimes called WCAG in Poland, is a set of guidelines that help designers and people who code build websites and apps in an accessible fashion. So this is like a big disconnection for me. It's like all these amazing tools, such a big market revenue, 500,000 websites, and yet most of the internet is still inaccessible. I mean, like, what the... Right? So that's quite tricky. I wonder whether the person in the next room has the same when I press my button. It's very funny. I'm really sorry. Basically, I can tell you from my personal, professional perspective that it's a guarantee that your app and website are not accessible. I can guarantee you that, okay? I've never had a client who would come to me and ask for like an audit or training or anything like that, and I would look at their stuff and say, I have nothing to do here. It's amazing. You guys are doing an amazing job. And I think that everyone does a pretty amazing job as much as they can, but what's happening here is that there are a number of factors we're going to be talking about that contribute to the fact that this shit just doesn't work, okay? And if you have any accessibility issues, any accessibility needs, anything that makes you use the internet in a slightly different way to any other human, and of course you do because we are all very different, then you would feel me. You know what it's like, right? Just a minute ago or two, I had a person paying for my book with the Stripe platform, and it seems to be pretty accessible, but they struggled a bit, yeah? So there's always something that doesn't work. And this is where it gets me thinking, like, are we not aware of intersectionality? Like, I think at this stage in our design lives, we should be. I think we've designed so much stuff that it's almost impossible to ignore the fact that it's such a diverse group of people that we work for, you know? We are aging, we are of different ages, different sizes, different shapes, different everything. And, you know, it makes our life a bit difficult to not design these things this way. So I think that fact that we should recognize our own privilege could really help us. And I'm quite astonished actually that there's not more talk about this in the design community. How come that there are so many badly made things around? Are we too reckless with these tools? You know, I know they are meant only for like quick prototyping or something, but come on, this stuff creeps up to live platforms all the time. I know it very well, I see it all the time, and I'm sure that I would be the last one to throw a stone. I probably do that as well. Implement things the way I shouldn't, right? Now, as I said, I'm not an anti-technologist. I use technology daily. Sometimes I use remotes that don't work. Sometimes I use my smartphone and, you know, TV and whatever digital stuff I find. I really like it. But I just think that we're starting to rely on these things a little bit too much. But let's talk about actual concrete things, you know, with the no-code and low-code output. So things that I see very often are pretty much these things on the screen here, a very, very poor implementation of HTML. Whenever you generate anything with any of these tools, the stuff that comes out on the other end, if you're not thinking about what you're doing, is really, really inaccessible, mainly because of non-semantic HTML. Everything is floating in the soup of divs, and that makes it hard to use. Everything is structured in a way that makes accessibility difficult. Many disabled folk would navigate through websites using headings, not only them, but lots of disabled folk, and that actually often doesn't work very well. Information architecture suffers. There's a really crazy overuse of ARIA, Accessible Rich Internet Applications, which is an extension to HTML that allows assistive technologies to work very well. And the thing with ARIA is that it's quite enticing. So very often, what you would find is people would start using ARIA because somebody told them to, and because it kind of does really funky stuff, we go deeper into it. It's almost addictive. Whereas the first rule of ARIA is do not use ARIA. Use it only when you have to. Forms are inaccessible, such as the form on my Stripe app. Elements are nested incorrectly, and there's lots of accessibility issues and usability issues, namely for the fact that we produce code so fast that we don't even test it, we don't look at it, it just works, or it doesn't. And then someone could say, quite rightly so, maybe it excludes people, but it looks good, okay? And you go like, yeah, right, so it looks good, but it doesn't work. So who's a winner here? Would I rather have something that works or that it looks good? I can actually make it both. There's this very common mistake about web accessibility. People think that if something is accessible, it cannot be looking good. It absolutely can, 100%. So I think it's just to do with understanding that and kind of going the right way. And then, of course, because I'm moaning so much, some of you might think that I'm alluded. This stuff is for making quick and dirty things, okay? And this is for making the web go fast, progress fast, work fast, fail fast, all that nonsense. I think that the problem with this is that a lot of it, like I said earlier, creeps up into the live code. And I see it very often. Funnily enough, there seems to be somewhat a connection. The larger organization I work with, the more likeliness is that the code that they generate automatically will creep up into their live stuff. So that would make lives of their users very difficult. So I think it's very important to kind of be thinking about this. But this is still not it. When I was working on this presentation, I've been writing all these slides, realizing that this really isn't the real problem. Where's the real problem? I've been trying to find it, and I think I did. So these tools are just doing what we want them to do. They basically mimic our own behavior. Most of all, though, the problem is that they are trained on crap, okay? They are just trained on a bad functioning web. If we train our AI tools on data that's misinformed, that's malign, like the tools that we train on websites, where most of those websites are inaccessible, how can they then generate accessible code? That's impossible, you know? I mean, the problems with teaching AI stuff are widely known. There's no point bragging about this, but I'm just saying that to make that connection between the fact that the internet doesn't work, is not accessible, and the AI that's learning on an inaccessible internet that doesn't take much brain usage, right? But, you know, this isn't really my great-grandfather's workshop, but this is a workshop of some craftsmen in England in 1800s. My great-grandfather was a carpenter. Now, none of the furniture that he's made survived the war, sadly. But I've seen photographs of it, and those were amazing things, beautiful things. And from what I've heard, he used to disappear in his workshop for hours, you know, to build tables, to build chairs, to build cribs for babies and other things, and they were amazing. They were really well detailed, beautifully made, from very good quality wood. And I know from stories that run in the family as well how proud my great-grandfather was of doing these things. Whenever he would be coming back home, he would be tired. His hands would be, you know, covered in bruises and cuts. But he would be so proud of making this stuff and then selling it to people, and the fact that somebody might be sitting by the table that he's made for years and years, you know, and generations of people would pass through that. Now, I don't know how about you, but I would like to feel like this when I'm doing stuff. I would really like to feel like I'm helping people. I would really like to feel that the things that I'm building for the web, even though, of course, their lifespan is not going to be hundreds of years, are actually helpful to people and work for everyone. This is the key, you know. Just a few days ago in Edinburgh, where I live, I attended a talk of Tim Berners-Lee. If you don't know who that is, Tim Berners-Lee is the person, the man who actually invented the World Wide Web. I mean, literally, the dude invented the World Wide Web. It doesn't get better than that, right? And his new book is entitled, "This is for Everyone." It's not, "I've made the internet," or "internet is fucking awesome." No, it's, "This is for everyone," okay? Our internet today is not for everyone. So that kind of makes me think, when I started thinking of my great-grandfather, I was like, right, there might be something in there, like, why cannot I be proud of my work most of the time? Sometimes I am. So I looked at things that I see every day, because these AI tools is one thing, obviously, but there's also design systems, frameworks, component libraries, you know, all these shiny things that we sometimes take off the shelf to use in our product or a service. And they aren't really much better, because mostly we make decisions about them based on aesthetic choices. How many times have I worked with organizations that tell me that they've chosen Google Materials because it looks better than X? Yeah, cool, that's okay. I mean, it's maybe nice when you're choosing a painting that you hang on your wall, but we need to make more informed choices. Those components very often build with a total disregard for HTML, build quickly. Again, information architecture suffers. All of that stuff. We don't tend to test our things for accessibility. We don't really do that. Some companies do, but majority of them don't really care. So all of that has a huge impact on experience. And there was me sitting there writing this stuff and kind of getting frustrated with myself, because I really didn't want to be that person who would come and say, AI is shit. Because I don't think it is. But it's just getting more difficult, and it's getting on my nerves. So who is to blame? I'm often asked that, right? When I engage with a client and they have something that doesn't work, or should I say, when I engage with a client and nothing works, they come to me and they say, okay, Mr. Consultant, so this is 10 people we have here, like point your finger at the dude or a person who's fucked up. And I'm like, I can't do this. It's not that. It's not developers, it's not UX designers, managers, all these people, Trump, Labubu, China, whatever, you know, it's not that. I think this is actually a systemic failure. I think that we are all focused on speed of delivery at the fundamental expense of human experience. And the funny thing about this is, when I was writing this, I realized it's not always to do just with the end users. This is to do with us. We do not have a good experience building the things that we're building. I don't. Many people I know don't. Some of you maybe have that experience. But I think in your heart of hearts, you kind of know that this is all a bit wonky and weird, right? Where's the pride in the job? Where's the quality? Where's the feeling that you're looking at something that really works and delivers value? Very often, in many jobs, I've had it that I couldn't say where it was. I just couldn't find it, okay? So this kind of made me think more, and then I found this research from McKinsey, right? Generative AI tools, I'm not going to be reading this to you, basically are everywhere and da-da-da-da-da, and they have a huge impact on productivity, and they could add trillions of dollars in value to the global economy. And then I was like, yay, this is the shit. Trillions of dollars. Amazing. So let's recap quickly, right? 500,000 apps or websites built with these amazing tools of all sorts, you know, automated, non-automated, but like really cool, shiny, funky things. 95.6, I think, if I remember correctly, of internet pages broken, not meeting basic accessibility standards. Trillions of dollars, huge market revenue, and then things like this. 47% of 16 to 21 years olds in the United Kingdom, where I live, easiest for me to access that data, would prefer to live in a world without the internet. So like, wait a second, it's like 500,000 apps, 5 million websites and apps in the next 5 years or whatever, you know, like lots and lots of stuff that we make. And we have young people and teenagers thinking they don't want to live in a world with the internet. I mean, come on, like, it doesn't, you know, it just doesn't work. So I didn't really see this coming in 1996, right? I just didn't. So I think this is a good time to take a breather. Whew. Okay, let's look at why is this all happening, okay? Because one thing is the technology, which we have everywhere, and that we use, and that changes our lives, and as we can see, changes people's lives to the point that people don't want it in their life anymore, which is certainly not what I anticipated as a designer a few years back. And then we have this huge market and all these other things I've been talking about. Where is the problem then? Where is the problem? Because obviously we live in capitalist society, so we make money to pay for our cars, for our mortgage, for our children's education and all that. Where is the issue? I think the real reason for this shit we are in is that 73% of European IT professionals are burnt out and stressed. Yeah? I think that's the real reason. Why? What causes this? We have heavy workload, unrealistic deadlines. People send us to conferences all the time, and they want us to come back with stuff that we've learned, and they will ask us, hey, Mike, what kind of 5 takeaways can you give to your colleagues? I don't have time for this. I have to put a photo on LinkedIn from the conference first, right? We have completely unrealistic deadlines. We have skills shortage. So like, I don't know how many of you have been in a situation when somebody would come to you and say, hey, yo, so for this, we're going to do Google materials. And you say, I'm just a poor Angular guy. I've never done this. Oh, don't worry, you'll learn in a weekend. You'll be fine. You'll just do it, right? This happens all the time. There's poor support. How many of you have been at work in a situation where you felt really badly, mentally, and you went to your boss and said, boss, I need to take a day off because my brain is just not there. And they were like, have another coffee from a machine over there. It's going to be okay. Figma it out, yeah? So, expectation of being always on, right? I mean, I know that even now some of you are like itching for the phone in your pocket. I am itching for the phone in my pocket. It's in here. I kind of want to rub it from time to time because it's there and it's asking me to look at it, right? So like, how can we make good stuff if we just feel shit most of the time? How can we do this, right? In the current incredibly complicated political situation, in the current economy, in the fact that in the moment that we just need to make things super fast, how can we build good internet like this? It's impossible. Like, it's just not gonna happen. And podcasts, hey, I've heard another podcast about productivity. I have ADHD, so it's so fucking awesome because now I will be able to work 3 times that fast and then die flat. Or bragging about it on LinkedIn, or certificates that we post up there, that's just not gonna help. We need a systemic change. We need a systemic change if we are meant to make good work for good people, and if we are gonna make people have a good experience, okay? So what can we do? How can we do this? And these are the things that I'm talking about all the time, and somehow just everything always comes to this, which might mean I just have an obsession with this, and that's fine, I don't mind. But I just see those patterns. I've been doing this for like 25 years, maybe more, right? I see patterns everywhere. If you think that today, the issues that I'm fixing for organizations are different to what they were 25 years ago, you are wrong. They are not. It's the same crap. We have all this amazing technology, but we're spinning in a circle. It's like my sausage dog, right? I can make him go like mosh pit. I give him a piece of food and he was like, you know, he wouldn't end until he catches it and then he wants another one, yeah? We need to look critically at this, and I mean it, and it's not only politicians who need to look critically at this. We as designers need to stand up and to say, hey, shit doesn't work. It doesn't work for us. It doesn't work for our users. What can we do about this, you know? Maybe we can change this. We need to review our own personal values, what's driving us. We need to look into our legacy. Like, what are we going to leave to others? And I know that the website that we're building for a bank is not going to be there in 10 years' time because it's going to be a redesign time or something, maybe in 2 years' time. But largely, I mean, how many of you were growing up without the internet? Probably not too many, right? I have. Some of the older dinosaurs did as well. Now, I have a brother who, for instance, is much younger than me, and he was always connected. Fine. So what kind of legacy am I going to leave him or his children, if he ever has any, you know? So like, what's gonna remain after me? So like, for me, the takeaway is, why am I saying yes to everything? Why am I doing that? Or most things, when people bring me stuff to do, and I'm looking at it, and I know that I'm just gonna be building another banking app, or another insurance app, or something that will sell people crap that they really don't need. How many fucking smartwatches do we need? How many you have in your drawers that you've changed over the years because the next one is just cool and the old one isn't, even though you bought it a year ago? And we just say yes, we consume it like that. We just say yes, yes please, another one, yeah? So like, what are we saying yes to every day that could actually change this? And maybe one day we could say, no, my dear boss, the way of approaching this is not only unethical, but it's actually not contributing to anything or helpful. Even worse, it's not actually even going to bring us any money. Yeah? So there's that. There's also a thing where people suffer because of our choices. So who is it? The person who bought a book from me didn't really suffer much at the end because she had cash with her. And relatively, it's not important. It's just one book. It's like whatever. Yeah? But sometimes we make design choices that are actually excluding people in situations in which they really rely on us. I work a lot in the banking sector. Prior to my engagement with many of my clients, these clients sell banking services that many people cannot access. Whether those are people who use screen readers, or they navigate their websites only through keyboard, or maybe they have other needs, or maybe they just live in a small village somewhere and the internet isn't super fast. They can't deal with that. So there's always someone at the very end who suffers because of our choices. We need to be aware of this and know who that is. The question is, do we always need to make it fast? Or do we need sometimes to make it right? The funny bit is that my observation confirms that after a while of doing things right, you actually do them very fast. Yeah? At the beginning it's slow because you need to learn new stuff, and of course we don't have time for learning, so I'm kind of going in a circle here. However, once you do, you can do it right and you can do it really fast and you can do it to a very high standard. So maybe there's something there. Do we have the necessary skills, or are we deprived of them? If we are deprived of them, why is it so? Is it because nobody wants to transfer these skills to us, or maybe we're working too much and not wanting or having any strength to absorb new skills? How can we take care of ourselves better? How can I do it for myself, for my family? How my friends can do it? How you can working? Maybe we can stop. Maybe money or career progression is not always the case. Have you ever considered denying a promotion knowing that it's not going to bring you anything more than just pain in the bum and more work? Maybe it's worth thinking about. I don't know. But I think certainly I will be thinking about these things. What's stopping us from taking those actions? I know I'm just a one random, rather crazy dude on stage at a conference in Poland, and I give you that. And I'm sure many of you would not agree with me, which is also very good, because you need to make your own mind about this. So don't trust anything I say, check it for yourself. But at the same time, something's stopping us from making things better. What is this? Where is it? what's really stopping us, okay? How many barriers are imposed on us and how many barriers we impose on ourselves. Remember, I have never met a single tech company, especially big tech company, that would care about anything else than profit. Never, okay? If they say they care about their customers, they do, because customers pay, because we live in capitalism. Capitalism is about making capital. It's not about making people happy. Now, don't get an impression that I'm a socialist or I mean some other things. I don't actually know anymore where I am. But I really know that capitalism doesn't work for the internet. Not in the current way. It just doesn't, right? Companies give us tools and we should use them wisely. We should be making them carefully. We don't pay much attention to this. If you work with WCAG every day, very often at your company you would hear, yeah, it's important for end users. It's like our clients need to have accessible solutions. And then often I ask in those situations, how about your employees? Oh, no, we employ 150,000 people worldwide. There are no disabled people there. No, of course. And then I ask, okay, how about this and this and that? And then suddenly somebody says, excuse me, I have that. So, there's this philosopher, he's long dead, but he was awesome, Paul Virilio, and he said, every technology carries its own negativity, which is invented at the same time as technical progress. You might have heard about this. This quote has been reworked somewhat into the invention of the ship is always an invention of a shipwreck. Yeah? One follows the other. So I think the future can be all right. We can do this, but we need to do this together. Like no single person, no single crazo on a stage like this can make it happen. I can write 10 books, I can work with some of you, we'll change some of the stuff. It doesn't matter, because largely it will still be poop, okay? It will not be great. We need a collective force to move things around. Conferences like this are a great forum for making this happen. Today at the after party, when you're going to be drinking, drinks with friends and new colleagues, talk about this with them, okay? Just have a chat. See how they feel about this. What are they doing? Or maybe there is something they can do in their careers to fix things around. I think my great-grandfather would absolutely love this. If you don't want to do it for yourself, do it for him. He's long dead, but he would enjoy this, I promise. So let's think about all these things I said next time when you switch Webflow, Copilot, or Lovable on. Maybe we can actually make it work better. Maybe we need to learn something to give something back, something that would change the face of the internet that largely doesn't work for people, and to be honest, is speeding up so fast that there's not much hope anyway, unless we take it into our own hands. That's my speech for today. Thank you very much, folks. I believe that we have for some questions. I might be wrong, but we do.
Yeah, we have questions.
If you want to have a discussion, questions, whatever, if you feel shy, I'm going to be there later, so you can find me, but more than happy to.
We have first one actually in chat.
Amazing.
So let's read that out. Can you give an example of a good-looking, accessible web page?
I knew this is going to happen. Lovely. Thank you for the question, whoever asked it. So, of course, there are websites like this. Look at the Apple website. Accessible. They sell tons of stuff. Whether people need it is another story. I mean, I've been walking the Princess Street in Edinburgh the other day, and I seen like a 250 meters queue for people queuing for iPhone 17, some of them having 16 in their pockets. And I'm like, the fuck? Anyway, that's an accessible website. If you look at Gov.uk in the United Kingdom, extremely accessible website. If you look at Netflix, Netflix is pretty accessible, whether we like it or not. If you look at British Film Institute, another fantastic website. BBC, another great website. Websites of many banks around the world, some of them in Poland. I won't be mentioning names, but you can look around. Those websites exist. Just remember one thing whenever you're looking, 95.6% of everything you see in the internet on average is not accessible. So giving those examples is very difficult. And I think the important bit here is to remember that it's not to do with being 100% accessible. It's about making an effort and pushing that way. right? The way I say it to my customers, doesn't matter how much you work with accessibility, if you only start doing tiny things every day, tiny things, it's going to improve somebody's life. Today, you don't have alternative descriptions for images. Tomorrow you will. That's a step into the right direction. Today you don't have proper headings, tomorrow you will add them and you can do it. And then all the big stuff, you know, big coding and things. Yeah, okay, give it time, step by step. I diverted, but this is how you make a website accessible, basically.
Thank you. All
You're
right,
welcome.
let's hear some questions from the audience.
Anyone? You can say anything, I can take anything. I can sing you a song as well if you fancy. It's just gonna be bad.
Here, hello.
Hey man.
Dude, I just want to say this was awesome and a big round of applause for hearing this on stage. This is amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I've been interested in this topic like for a while now, and sometimes I feel like I might be a socialist, but maybe let's not do these labels. What I want to say is just I came back from Hatch conference in Berlin, like it was this Friday, and there was this talk about macroeconomics and how it influences our like jobs, right? And there was this slide about that. Of course, everything is about profit, but this recession that is either here or like coming makes the companies to want to save themselves but increase the profit in the same time.
Of course.
And how they do that? They do cuts. Like my company fired 28% of the workforce last December, and in the same time they they want to maximize the benefits of the workforce that is left. So my company introduced 10 times more goals, 10 times more, I don't know, stuff like 10 times faster, etc. I'm feeling being squeezed like a lemon, right? So I started to like maybe search for a new place to work, and the problem is that everywhere is like this. I had corridor talks with colleagues like in here or Hatch or wherever. Everyone feels like this. There's burnout. I just want to, you know, do this 10 or rule wherever, like 10 minutes by computer, 10 years in a forest. So I don't also feel like me as a designer, I have enough power to transform the company I work for. It's a huge Moloch, driven by, as you said, profit. People who make decisions, people who my company installed on the top to make this decision, they do this because the stakeholders want to cut off their profit. And where to go from this? I mean, like, this is not your grandfather's workshop.
It's not. It's
and
not.
I'm really like, I feel like maybe I'm not gonna say I'm awake because this is stupid. But what I mean is that when I realized where we are at and the system that gives us some security, I have a job, I can pay for my apartment, I have food to eat, is also exploiting me for the profit that it's not going back to my pocket.
Of course.
There is no chance for a revolution, I don't think so. But maybe there is something that we can do. Like, I don't know, open source is great, right? But positions in open source are very limited. So
what do we do?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this question. So the way I'm looking at this, this always takes me back to the basic stuff of what I often hear from people like yourself and what I often think about myself, like we can't do this, like how do we do this, how do we change this? And that reminds me of this little story from Rebecca Solnit, a writer. She wrote a book, Hope in the Dark, which is a very interesting book. And in it there's a story of herself being in Washington, D.C., I think in the 60s, seeing, or maybe it's a story she heard, but anyway, the story goes, in the 60s in Washington, D.C., there's a picket, there's like a little demonstration in front of the White House of women who protest for women's rights. They want to have women's rights. And there's only like 25 of these women there, standing, you know, in the cold, shivering with the transparents, and like it's really a bad weather, Washington, D.C., it's like bad at this time of the year. So somebody says, oh, that's never gonna work. And now look where we are, okay? Okay, with the caveat that we're thinking about the States and we're thinking about the States now, and like, okay, I get you, like, come on, yeah. Obviously not the best place for women there right now. But the improvement over time gradually happened, because 25 or so individuals basically said, fuck it, I'm not taking this anymore, I had enough, yeah? So I think maybe in those micro movements of you saying this, of you talking to your colleagues, you know, at the conference like this, of me doing this, maybe this is where it is. Because today, it's probably only me on this stage talking about these things, for whichever reason. Maybe at the next waves there's going to be 2 people, or maybe there's going to be a workshop on how to design things ethically. I don't know. right? So I think our strength and our power to do this is in our collectiveness, in our community. Like, we can't do this alone. Now, atomization that we are facing now doesn't really help. Everyone's on their phone. I know how it is hard to go out and talk to people. And, you know, the younger you are, the kind of less capabilities you have, according to research, to kind of making personal contact with people and whatnot, talking about your things openly. But yet still, I think that's the only choice we have, the only chance that we have. I don't know if it's going to work, and I don't have any better answer for you, but this is how I'm looking at things, you know. If me and you moan about this, it's 2 people instead of 1. And that's a group already, yeah? So, you know, let's build a fucking table. Yeah? Okay. Anybody else? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, okay, so let's do a little survey, right? I'm not going to be like, you know, you're pretty anonymous here because I can see you, but I don't know most of you. Like, hands up who's felt like some of this actually did talk to them, a little bit at least. Yeah? There's at least 5 hands up. That's really good. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate this, yeah? So, you know, regardless of whether there are any questions or not, regardless of whether this maybe irritated you, in which case there might be something in it, yeah? If it hurts, it usually hurts because we kind of feel strongly about this, so think about it. Regardless of how you feel, when you go home today, when you go home to talk to your pals, to your families, just keep that in mind. And remember, you're not doing this for me. You're not actually doing this for my dead great-grandfather. He really doesn't actually care, right? Like, you know, let's face it, he doesn't even know what internet is. You're doing this for yourself, you're doing this for your children, for your sisters and brothers, for everybody who's going to inherit the stuff we make today. And I think this is why this stuff might be worth your time. Thank you very much again. Have a lovely afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Wojtek.
Thank you. Dziękuję. Big clap of hands for this guy here and for everyone who's made this happen. Yo.
Remember that you can meet Wojtek in a greet and meet section, which is right there.
Thank you.
Yes. And now it's time for a break, and we will see each other very, very soon. All right. Our next speaker is Rinaldo Ugrina, UX expert at Baymard Institute, famous for its 150,000 hours of UX research, trusted by brands like Nike, Etsy, Amazon, and 71% of Fortune 500 e-commerce companies. Today, Rinaldo will present the current state of e-commerce, product discovery, UX, 8 common pitfalls, and best practices. Please give a warm welcome to Rinaldo.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. My name is Rinaldo. I'm a strategic product manager at Baymard Institute, and today we'll go through some problems users face when looking for products, and of course, more importantly, we'll cover best practices on how to address them. Now, as I start sharing some of these examples and findings, you'll probably wonder, where is it all coming from? So I'll just provide you with the necessary context you need to understand how we come up with these insights. In short, Baymard is an independent research organization focused entirely on usability and UX. And our research team at Baymard runs large-scale usability testing to uncover patterns users consistently expect in digital experiences. And then based on what we observed during our testing, we turn those insights into UX guidelines. You can think of these as usability best practices. Each guideline pinpoints a specific design pattern that caused issues for users, as well, of course, as how to fix it. To ground these guidelines in the real world, we've actually taken over 180 major e-commerce sites and manually benchmarked them or compared them against these best practices. So everything that I just mentioned, research, guidelines, benchmark, it's all contained on our online platform, and as a thank you for attending this session, you'll get full access to it for a month for free. At the end of the presentation, there'll be a QR code. You just scan it, sign up, no strings attached. So now that we understand the research methodology in a nutshell, we can get into product discovery. Late last year, our team at Baymard has conducted the largest ever UX study on e-commerce product finding. We spent 5,500 hours analyzing product finding and discovery, and we've updated 160 guidelines as a result of that. Product discovery is this invisible engine of e-commerce, because if users can't find what they're looking for, they can't buy it. Yet, across all of these major e-commerce sites, friction points are everywhere. They're hidden in main navigation, homepage, filters, list layout, and users encounter these every single day. In fact, our research team has uncovered 1,000 medium to severe usability issues specifically related to how users find products. And due to these issues, users ended up not purchasing the product. Not because the product was out of stock or because it was difficult to ship, it's because the homepage didn't guide them. Search didn't understand them, and the product list overwhelmed them. So this is lost intent, lost trust, and at the end of the day, lost revenue as well. So today we'll explore this data set. We'll dive deeper into 8 more specific common pitfalls, and then of course best practices on how to address them. So let's kick it off with homepage and category navigation. Despite its importance in helping users kick off their product finding, our UX benchmark found that the average e-commerce site among the data set of these leading US and European sites, their average homepage and category navigation UX performance is subpar. Now, the homepage is the sub-area that performs the best, but more specifically there, we'll cover something that is worth tackling, as it's of course important not to fall behind industry standards, but more specifically, your average site would have to improve how the products are categorized and then presented in the main navigation. So this is the point at which we'll start diving deeper into our results by outlining 3 specific homepage and category navigation pitfalls. When users land on a homepage, many of them will try to infer what they can expect to find based on the homepage content and the main navigation. Now, of course, on mobile, they don't have an exposed main navigation. So during our testing, we've seen that 70% of users scroll up and down through the entire homepage just to establish an overview and to try to understand what they can expect to find on that site and to deduce the site type and content based on the homepage. Users that are new to any of these companies need to be able to tell from first glance what they can expect to find on these sites. So let's see how easy or difficult is it to do exactly that. So here we have site A, site B, and site C, and we have two product types. We have speakers and hairbrushes. So let's do a show of hands and see what you think. So raise your hand if you expect to find speakers on site A. One hand went up. That was very brave. Thank you so much. Now, speakers on site B. Okay. Majority of you. And then finally, speakers on site C. Okay. 24 hands or so. Okay. And what about hairbrushes? Hairbrushes on site A. Okay. Fewer hands than for speakers on site C. Hairbrushes on site B. 3 hands. Okay. And finally, hairbrushes on site C. Wow, okay, so that's the majority of you. Thank you so much. All 3 sites sell speakers and hairbrushes. Just like you, users during our testing were not able to tell what they can expect to find on these sites. And here, we even had the luxury of full-page screenshots. The reality, of course, is often different, and users' viewports are much more limiting than that. This particular participant was hesitant to explore this site because she thought it carried mostly men's clothing, when in fact, this site catered equally to men and women. What can we do about this? It is essential, in order for users to avoid misinterpreting or underestimating the product range, to feature a broad range of product types on the homepage. Just a glance over the homepage should be sufficient enough to convey product diversity. Now, there's no hard and fast rule for how many product types should be displayed on the homepage, but our testing showed that displaying at least 40% of product types is enough to convey that product diversity. Now, there's a trick how to do this on mobile and apps. Featuring these top-level navigational text links is effective at doing exactly that, conveying product diversity, but they take up much less space and they're effective at communicating to users what they can expect to find. Now, giving users quick access to curated product lists on the homepage can be a good way to streamline product finding, but there's actually a catch. Because if users enter narrow scopes without realizing, they will misinterpret what the site has to offer. And that's exactly what happened here during testing. In this first example, user instantly clicked on Shop Now. They saw cheese, got excited, clicked Shop Now, which is totally understandable. Having some self-control when you see cheese is difficult. But the problem is, there's no cheese here. This particular path leads to a broader selection of spreads or charcuterie boards. So users will be left disappointed or frustrated. Why does this happen? Users don't read. They scan. They rely more on visuals and high-level copy. So how do we fix this? It's essential to make scope of homepage links crystal clear. Well-worded paths on the homepage save users time and help them avoid getting stuck in overly narrow scopes. So there's 2 fixes. One, of course, we can stick to top-level categories on the homepage. We covered previously how to do that. But if we want to promote curated product lists, narrow scopes, new collections, whatever it is that you want to promote, it is important that the full scope is spelled out in the actual link or button copy, not just nearby. So in this second example, in that first button reads Shop New Rugs. It's not Shop, which would be generic. It's not Shop Rugs. It's Shop New Rugs. So if users click on that path and see 5 products, they have the understanding that that's not all the site or the app has to offer. It's only the new additions to the product catalog. The main navigation is often the first time users are introduced to how products are organized and categorized. And during our testing, we've seen that having too many categories or subcategories in the main navigation is often the consequence of over-categorization, which leads to two issues. First one is, users simply perceive and label too many options as overwhelming, cluttered, confusing. We saw during testing, as soon as users are presented with 15 options they have to evaluate, they struggle to move on and they feel overwhelmed. The second issue is that having too many subcategories can backfire because some will end up with only a few items. So while it may seem a good idea to have every subtype as its own category, users will be frustrated when they land in what is nearly an empty section. So what do we do here? To keep users from feeling overwhelmed, we want to avoid having more than 14 main categories at the top level. Then each of the pairing category should have no more than 15 subcategories, and then finally each subcategory should have more than 10 products. So how does that look on a Cricut example? At the top, we have furniture, rugs, decor, bed and bath, home improvement, etc. Those are top-level main navigation items. Are there more than 14? No. Check. Then we have these high-level parent ones like lighting, decorative accessories, wall decor. Each one of them has no more than 15 subcategories. Check. And then finally, if we were to open up every single one of these subcategories, we would learn that every single one has more than 10 items. So when you satisfy this criteria during testing, all the sites that did that, users were not overwhelmed, and they were easily able to find what they were looking for. So homepage is about users learning what kind of site they're on, what it sells, and then how to begin their journey. So these three best practices are a good start to start streamlining that product finding and discovery. Now we'll talk a bit about another product finding strategy, which is search. Oh boy. During our testing, search support was so weak that 31% of all product finding tasks ended in vain when users relied on search. Also, the overall state of e-commerce on-site search is not that great. And the typical user experience is well below what could be expected. And these poor performances are despite the stakes of e-commerce search being extremely high, because if users can't find what they're looking for, how can they buy it? And it's not only the engines of search that need fixing during our testing. The design of the search interface and the autocomplete feature proved as important to users' ability to find something, but ultimately the biggest issue lies with the quality of the results. So many sites return limited or irrelevant results with few helpful suggestions or alternative ways for users to move on. So in this section, we'll explore two pain points it's worthwhile for teams to start fixing and to focus on. During our testing, users need to modify their query or their search term when they're unhappy with the results. And that happens quite often. Now, the problem is when those search terms are gone or removed right after the search results load, or when users click or tap into the search field or the search icon. This essentially forces users to start from scratch every single time they want to modify or change their query. The reason why they want to do that is because they're already unhappy with the result. That's the whole point. So we're introducing friction at the worst possible moment. And this puts a real barrier in front of the users in terms of them finding what they want. 53% of sites in our benchmark database do exactly this. So what do? We need to persist the search query when results load. This makes such a big difference because it reduces the overall burden of searching and allows users to refine their search. So whether users get too many, too few, or just unexpected results, they can simply refine those search terms without starting over. Another common issue we saw during testing is that users often submit search queries with misspellings and mistakes. Now, ideally, autocomplete should catch those mistakes before the search is submitted, but when it doesn't, the result will be irrelevant set of results. And this is problematic because, of course, it leads users to wrongly assume the item is not available when that might not be the case. Another reason why this is problematic, because this can be the end of the road for the user. Like if we take a look at the second example here, this is a UX dead end. Users have an option to refine their search query. Previously we covered why that's important and how to help them do that, or they can go back to the main navigation. When there's a high confidence in the intended spelling, we can autocorrect that search query. This will ensure when users make mistakes that we still give them relevant results. However, when we do this, it's important to be transparent about it and communicate that at the top of the page, saying that autocorrection has taken place. And then another small detail is it is important to offer users with an option to revert back to their original query. As you can see in both of these examples, users can do exactly that. Only a subset of users will do it. Most of them will stick with the autocorrection, but it's of course important to do that because it covers certain scenarios. So while search is often the fastest way for users to find what they want, it only works if it's supportive and predictable. These small fixes can have a big impact on search usability and then ultimately, of course, product finding and discovery. But of course, central to product finding and discovery is the product list. And of course, despite its importance, our UX benchmark shows that the average product list performance is subpar and could be better. However, this is one of those areas that's seen a positive trend. It's improved over the last times we've benchmarked it. Now, some of that improvement is overshadowed by some poor performances in certain sub-areas here, mostly the list layout grouping, which is all about how users can evaluate products directly in the product list and compare them solely based on the information that's provided to them on the list item level. But in this section, we'll explore 3 common pain points and see how we can do better and help users. Certain products, of course, have variations. Examples of variations are colors of clothing or consumer electronic items, finishes of home appliances like refrigerators, etc. The big issue during our testing was when product variations were split out into separate list items. Meaning, you would have the same t-shirt in white and same t-shirt in yellow as 2 list items instead of 1. And that caused such major issues that users were abandoning the sites during our testing. And there's 2 issues. First one is, it's just so difficult to grasp the overall product range. Users don't know how many unique products they're looking at, and it's just so difficult to manage that list. Second problem is, even when users have a specific or preferred variation in mind, they will struggle to find it due to the fact that there's so many items in the product list. So what the recommendation here is to combine product variations into one list item in product lists and search results. This ensures, given that they're no longer separated, that users can scan easily, and then of course, it reduces the chance of them overlooking a suitable variation where they're looking at it. So it basically bypasses those 2 issues we previously covered. Now, of course, when we combine products that have multiple variations into one, it's important to communicate that. So for colors, that's easy to do using these color swatches you can see below the list items. But for variations that are not visual in nature, a text label would be good enough. 7 materials, 7 finishes, or something like that would help users to find what they need. Now, of course, users often need to load more items beyond what is initially loaded. And there's 3 ways to do that. We have pagination, load more, and endless scrolling. Out of these 3, endless scrolling is by far the worst performing. It seems very seamless on the surface, but it causes 2 major usability issues. First one is, it is simply overwhelming. Managing a long, growing list of items becomes exhausting quite quickly. The second issue is, users lose out on natural stopping points. Unlike with pagination and load more, there's never a moment for them to pause, reflect, refine what they're looking for, and carry on. And these two issues apply equally to desktop and mobile. But on mobile, of course, we have the added issue of a limited viewport, so it's difficult for users to know how many new items are being loaded. So endless scrolling really is efficient at removing friction and adding more items, but it really encourages mindless browsing. A method we saw during our testing to strike a great balance was load more. It gave users control over when to view more products, and it gave them an opportunity to pause and reflect before they move on. And you can see that implementation here at play in both of these examples. So this implementation reduces cognitive load, keeps the user on track, and just prevents the whole experience from becoming overwhelming. It is recommended to load 15 to 30 items per batch when you're using load more. When users apply filters in product lists or search results, most sites and apps, of course, confirm it by adding a check mark right next to that filtering option. However, during our testing, we've seen if that's the only place where that confirmation has taken place, it caused some issues. So when sites don't clearly show which filters are applied, it leaves users guessing. We saw during our testing, users had to double check just to make sure they selected the appropriate thing when they were unhappy with the results. And then they would have to go back into the filtering interface. And that's not really a quick check to do, because every time they have to go back to the filtering panel, scroll through a long list of filters, mentally track what's been selected, make their selection, deselect, click view, go back to the product list, and repeat that however many times they want to add a filter. So a much better method, and something that is strongly encouraged to make filtering easier and more transparent for users, is to have an applied filters overview at the top of the list. This gives users a sense of, okay, so these are the parameters that I'm filtering the list by, but it also gives them an easy and a quick way to disable or to remove these filters, because all they have to do is click or tap on it and it will be gone. There's two ways to do this more specifically on mobile. You can see them here. One is horizontally scrolling list, and the other one is stacked filters. Both work. It's not that one is better than the other. They do have certain trade-offs. But what matters most is that users have an overview of what they're filtering by and the context that is essential in this instance to find the product they need. So product lists, sorting, filters, those are not UX details. These are high-leverage tools that determine whether product discovery continues or not. Product discovery and finding in general does not require reinventing the wheel. There's nothing new, groundbreaking here. It's just about making sure these three systems are tuned and they work accordingly so users can find what they want. These 8 are a good start, but these are only 8 best practices. Unfortunately, I cannot cover all 160 best findings we uncovered during our testing in 25 minutes. But as I promised earlier, if you want more research and if you want to get access to it, we have more than 700 of these best principles in our catalog. You can narrow them down by themes, industry, platforms, business objectives, whatever you want. We also recently launched this very neat tool called UX-Ray, where you type in your domain, click scan, and then it analyzes and assesses your site against our research database and gives you a UX to-do list of things you can do to improve your site. So if you're interested in getting access to that, our research database, or anything else for that matter, you can just scan the code and get access. You'll get access, you get full access for free for a month, and this is free, by the way. There's no tricks, no gimmicks, there's no credit card processing, free trials. Your access will simply expire in a month, so rest assured. Here's my contact information. If you have any technical difficulties accessing the platform or just any general questions whatsoever, please reach out. I'll be happy to help. I'll also be in the back. You can find me if you have any additional questions. And thank you so much. I hope you found this actionable and useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Rinaldo, one more time. If you would like to continue the conversation with Rinaldo, remember that you can also find him in the Greet and Meet section. And remember also that you can use your app to rate the sessions. And now we will have only 5-minute break, so see you there. All right, next. We have our fascinating pair of speakers, Olga Godek and Grzegorz Niczyporuk. Olga brings her industrial design background to Hippo Insurance, making sure design team work like a clockwork. Grzegorz combines deep IT quality experience with a love of magic, performing over 750 shows and coaching teams across Europe. Together, they will explore in depth the topic Better Together, how QA and design can benefit each other. Please welcome Olga and Grzegorz.
One, two, yeah. So you already know that I'm a magician. And I always have a request while going to the conferences, because the only disappointment that you can have while being a magician is the disappointment of your parents, because you do not have a typical job. So I have a small request for you. I will come back to the place where Olga stands, and we will make our entrance to the stage. And please make a really huge round of applause, all the noises and stuff like this, so I can actually record this and send this to my parents to show that I've actually made some success in my life, okay? Can we do it? Yes? Okay, so let me go back, and I will just count like 3, 2, 1, go, and then you make all the noises, and we'll enter the stage. Okay, just like... Okay. Hold on. The video. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go! Look, Mom, we're famous! Yes! Oh, I didn't record that one. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's recorded. Okay, send to Mom. Who's laughing now? Perfect. Okay. We're so happy to be here with you today, because both of us, Olga and I, we have some particular experience that first led us to frustration, and then to understanding that some things just
are better together, like peanut butter and jelly, movies and popcorn.
Or QA and design. So our experience through the years of work led us to understanding that QA and design, they are not a handoff. Even if some people may think that they are just like this weird uncle that comes to the family parties, says all kind of weird jokes, and bring all the family dramas, and you have to invite them because they are part of the family. QA and design, when worked together, are something way more beneficial. They are the cornerstone of success for all the projects, and that's something that we would like to share with you today.
Our goal for today is to show you how it looks like in real life, or to be more precise in our lives, and give you the ideas that you can bring back to your teams and implement as you wish. Here is the core idea we want to leave you with today, that design doesn't stop when you are done with those pixel-perfect screens in Figma. That's actually just a starting point. The real test happens when people actually use what you have designed.
And that's the place where QA kicks in. What QA does? Well, basically, we're telling to the parents that their baby is ugly. You're laughing at that. Got you there. But there's more sense into this if you think about it. But let's start from the thing that I was told exactly this when I started 15 years ago in quality assurance, that you will tell people that they are wrong. But it's not about the criticism. It's about the different perspective. Because quality assurance, when they kick in, they help designers to understand what the experience will really look like. because you as designers are creating a vision what entire experience look like, and we as a QA can tell you how it really works. We know all the different edge cases, all the flows, word clicks, moments when users can hesitate, how to proceed further. And this is a real value that we can bring to you. Okay, so let's talk about the old ways. I'm old enough to remember the golden era of VHS in Poland and also the early approach to the quality assurance. So back in the day, the quality assurance was placed at the very end of a development process. What happens at the very last stage of a process? Well, everything gets accumulated at the end of a process. All the delays, all frustration, all the findings, everything that you need to manage at the very last stage gets there. And then when the clock is already ticking and the deadline is right behind the corner, and we finally get our hands on design as a quality assurance, we may realize that things doesn't work as we thought they will. What happens then? Well, probably we should now invite Freddie Mercury to sing us one of his greatest hits. Insanity grows, and under pressure, we're breaking. Sounds familiar? I hope so.
So what happens? As Grzesiek mentioned, QA catches issues, but at that point, fixing them is slow, expensive, and frustrating. And here is the kicker. Most of those bugs aren't even bugs at all. They are usability gaps. They are edge cases nobody have thought about sooner, or even behaviors that only shows up when a real person interacts with the product. The problem isn't that QA was too late to the party. It's the fact that they were never invited in earlier. And we are left out with misunderstandings, missed intentions, and ultimately friction for the user. And that is why this setup is kind of a dead end. That is why in our company, we started to look for a new solution, a new setup. A setup in which instead of chasing bugs, we will spot them ahead. And our guinea pig was a mobile team in which Zidane is a QA engineer and Eva is a product designer. Eva is actually here with us today. Eva, can you wave to everyone?
Eva, can you show to everyone that you are not AI made? You're a real person? Yeah, that's Eva. Let's give Eva a round of applause. Yes.
And this is actually one of my favorite screenshots that Zidane has shared with the mobile team after Eva spotted that they all missed a bug. And you know, it's funny, but it also shows something really important, that QA are not the only ones that spot the bugs. Designers do too, just a different kind. For example, in one of our flows, the body text seemed to be just a little bit off. QA hadn't flagged it because it technically worked. But when Eva inspected it, she realized that the devs had implemented the text to be at 100% opacity instead of 80% as per her design. And to most of the people, this change is so slight that they didn't even catch that. But for the user, it created this subtle feeling of heaviness that wasn't really intentional. And that is exactly the kind of a bug that only a designer would spot.
And that's why cooperation is so important. Bring QA early to your design, to what you designed, so he can spot the usability issues early on. If you find the issues early on, they will be easier and cheaper to fix. And this, for us as a manager, is a perfect way to convince us that you need to have a top-tier designer team. Why? Because, you know, I'm a manager myself, so I know that we, managers, have a goat memory. So we can only remember 3 seconds back. So when a goat will see a stone, it will go like, oh, a stone. Then it will make a go around and go, oh, a stone. And then make another one and go, oh, a stone, and over again. I think that most of you heard the question, many times why I need designers, why I need good designers in my project, right? So this is the reason. When you shift the quality left, which means that you start to test the designs, the requirements, everything that we have as an input in project, early on, you will spot the issues early on, and thanks to that, they will be cheaper and easier to fix. Giving something in return, QA can invite designers to review what's actually been implemented. And for you as designers, it's a perfect moment to ask the most important question in life. Why? And when I was a little kid, I was asking my parents over and over again, why, mommy? Why I need to do this? Why we're doing things like this? And often I've heard back, well, it's a common sense. Or, when you'll be more mature, you'll understand. And then I knew exactly that they do not have a really good reason for doing such kind of things. Now I have kids myself, and pretty much I'm experiencing this on my own. But when you will see the designs, or actually how the designs were implemented, and you will notice that someone did not follow what you've designed, ask why. And if you will hear back, well, it's a historical reasons, or it's a budget constraints, probably someone did not have a really good reason to not stick with your designs. And you can make them accountable for it. So this back and forth helps us, first of all, to stay aligned, but then to shift the focus from not only delivering a product that works as it should, but also feels as it should.
Now you may ask what design gets from the QA. And I think that the perfect example is also the screenshot. So in this exact presentation, we had a bug. I think that we have like 5 designers looking at this presentation. Me and Grzesiek also looked at it, and we hadn't spotted. We hadn't spotted that typo. And Zidane, he just opened it, and he was like, yeah, you got a typo here. Come on. And when we started collaborating more closely, I realized something, that QA has a superpower. They see the edge cases. They are the ones asking those really uncomfortable but super essential questions, like what happens if user does X instead of Y? Or what if they log into the really weird device? Or what if they skip that step? And this perspective changes everything. It's not about finding problems. It's about making our designers stronger and more resilient. So we can spot the usability gaps ahead when it's still easy to fix them. And that's the real value. QA helps us bridge the intention of the design with the reality of how users behave. Together, we are not just preventing bugs, but we are building experiences that hold up under real-world conditions and earn user trust.
So let's take a look on the other side of the coin, so what we as a QA can get from the design. There are things that men can never understand. Decorative pillows and hand towels. Why? Why we even need them? So we as a QA can never understand the priorities and flows until we'll be able to see the designs. Why? Well, because in IT, we cannot base our work on common sense. We have to base our work on requirements, specifications, and the design. There's no alternative to that, unless you're willing to try witchcraft, fortune-telling, or wet finger on a wind. I tried all of them. They don't work. So when we will see the visual specification, it's actually our pure gold for us as a QA, because we can understand the context of what and how is going to be introduced into the product. From this perspective, I can do my work better. I can design better test cases. I can cover more edge cases. I can understand how to write a more user experience-aware bugs. And also, thanks to that, shorten the debugging time, which again, saves money.
I I think that all of you know this kind of a stereotype that QAs are the bug hunters. And you know, I even called them that in this exact presentation. But when we started to collaborate, I realized they have such a much more important role to play. They are actually user advocates.
Because QA spends tremendous amount of time into the shoes of someone who is not aware of how the product was designed, how it works, and how to actually use it. And from this perspective, people like QAs can spot the issues that others often miss.
You will say things like, this screen technically works, but if I was a user, I wouldn't know what to do next. Or this feels a little bit different than it does in the other flow. Is that intentional? And that feedback goes way above just finding bugs. It's about representing the user in every interaction.
And this helps us to raise the bar for all of us. Because it's no longer, again, about the product that works, but it's about the product that is well designed and feels consistent to the user. And thanks to that, we're earning the most valuable currency in nowadays world, a user trust.
So, we have painted this beautiful picture for you of all the benefits that you may get from working with the QAs from the very beginning. But the real question is how to actually start from the day one. And we have prepared this simple and short checklist that you might find helpful. Firstly, always share the why, not just the screens. QA works best when they know what problem we are solving and what the whole experience should feel like, not only how it should look like. Second, ask the QA what kind of documentation they will find the most helpful. For some, it will be annotated mockups, for other user flows, and maybe for some even acceptance criteria. Instead of guessing, just ask. It will save you a lot of frustration. Third, schedule a quick kickoff call at the early stage of the project. And on this call, you can actually define how you want to set up your collaboration, how you will communicate, what kind of documentation they might want. And fourth, invite the QA to the meeting with the product managers. I know that this might sound a bit controversial, but when QAs are invited in early and hear the requirements when they are being discussed, they can think of the edge cases, test scenarios right away instead of playing catch-up or, wondering what was said behind closed doors. And ultimately, decide upfront how you will handle unclear moments. So if they spot something that will make this question mark pop above their heads, should they ping you on Slack? Should they write a Jira comment? Or should they maybe bring it to the design review? It all depends. And this short list is actually something that changed the whole dynamic in our team. It's no longer QA testing our work, but QA and design building quality together from the very beginning.
So if you will have to take away one thing from this presentation, it will be this sentence. Bugs are easier to catch and fix early on, so as design gaps. Ask your QAs to check on your design and ask them to invite you to review their work. And there's one simple thing that all of you can do to actually make it happen in your project. Just give it a try. Reach out to the QA, invite them to cooperate, and maybe, in the same way as we do, you will find yourself that some things actually does work better together, like QA
and design.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Thank you one more time for your beautiful and wonderful cooperation. Please take a moment to rate the session in your app and make sure to visit Meet and Greet section to, well, ask more questions to our wonderful speakers. And now we will have 10 minutes break, so use it to network, grab a coffee, and we will see each other in 10 minutes. Our next speaker is Bill Spingarn, head of product design at Zalando, and a 20 years industry veteran. Bill is a seasoned leader in design strategy and organizational development, now focused on helping the next generation of designers multiply their impact. We invite you to his presentation titled The Senior Designer Transformation. Please give a warm welcome to Bill.
Tested. Cool. Oh. Design typo. Anyway, I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for having me and showing up. And so many people have interest in what I have to say, and that's really, really cool. I want to talk about a transformation that's on all our minds. It's this AI transformation that's come in, and I really was thinking about this late last year, and I was thinking about how do we thrive in this next era. So I created this talk. Caveat on the word senior. I think this is not just people who have senior in their title, but anyone who is more experienced, has some wisdom under their belt, this talk's for you. So as I mentioned, this talk started last year, and I started really pondering this question. Probably from LinkedIn. There's a lot of unhealthy posts on LinkedIn. All the posts about Gen AI were kind of done, and now we were talking about all the AI building that can come into effect. And this came center stage, and it really made me feel insecure. It really made me feel like I had to question, where is my place? So we're going to talk about that. We'll also talk about what I'm calling the AI augmentation paradox. I think it's the central tension between what's both a challenge and an opportunity. And we'll also talk about what this transformed designer will look like in the future. And then finally, we'll talk about some practical takeaways, hopefully in the form of a playbook that you could take with you back to your companies, to your teams, so you could begin to work on your own transformation. A little about me before we start. I'm American, if you can hear my voice. I lived in Amsterdam for a little bit, and now I live in Berlin. I've come from Berlin to come over here and see you. This is my first time in Poland. If you don't want to talk about AI or design with me, you could also talk about snowboarding, running, or the eternal struggles of raising 2 young kids. I'm also a head of product design at Zalando. At Zalando, I lead a strategic design team. This is for an area called Zalando Marketing Services. In short, this is the area that helps brands become known and loved on Zalando. It's 1 foot in the B2B space and also 1 foot in the customer experience, because if you show an ad, people experience that. So you want to ensure that's tasteful, adds value, and it does something good, not detract from that experience. So where is my place? This is what I was pondering as I saw all these LinkedIn posts coming online. It really was making me feel a bit insecure, as I said. So here's one that says, if you haven't woken up, the 10 to 15 person companies are now doing 20, 30 million in revenue annually. Many of them are bootstrapped. I have a couple takeaways from that if you read between the lines. First, it's kind of amazing types of impact that individuals are having, especially like per head. That to me suggests that the bar, the expectation upon all of us is going to increase. And then the second thing it makes me wonder, or even face as a tough question, is my role creating enough value? I think this means we have to evolve, or we really risk getting left behind. Here's another post on LinkedIn. This one was talking about the most desired or evolution of designer profiles going into 2026. They call out kind of two things. First is the design engineer, the persons that using those making tools from AI, and they deeply understand the business metrics and the impact. Oh, sorry. Design engineer, who is building and designing, right? And then there's the growth designer, who's just understanding those metrics, the business impact, and ultimately how to create value at that company. For me, this suggests that there are not necessarily new roles that will come out, but it suggests that there's going to be sort of like these new dimensions of skills we're going to have to build some muscle in. Here's another one, similar. This one's from a VP of design, and they talk about design moving upstream towards product strategy and commercial mindset sensibility, answering the question, what is worth building? That kind of blends with product management, so it's an interesting idea. And then the second one is about moving downstream and getting technical, getting more close to the actual product building, the execution. So for me, this suggests that the role of designers isn't going to magically disappear overnight, but the center of gravity of this role is definitely going to shift. I feel it very strongly. Here's another one. Anyone can now use AI to create design artifacts, lower high fidelity. Tools like this let people generate mockups and flows in minutes. That's not a threat, it's the new normal. So if this is the new normal, what does it mean to go beyond the surface then, if everyone's doing this? For me, that means the uniquely human parts. It's synthesizing the research, it's getting the best people into a workshop and facilitating to get that alignment, get the best collective output of all that thought. It's all the critical decision making that ensures what's getting built is the right thing, the most compelling thing. This one was from someone at Google, and I think this was shared quite a lot. But in short, instead of writing business requirements or PRDs, they're going to go into a build-in-first culture of showing people exactly what they mean. So no longer are they going to write 10-page documents. They're going to write a prompt, and then they're going to show people the output of that prompt as some kind of experience. This is really, really a big change for a lot of folks. So I look at these posts, and aside from the anxiety it creates for me, I think we need to read the writing on the wall. So to sum up, more individuals are going to be massively more impactful. Barriers to execution, the time, the cost, and the technical skill, they're all eroding. And new specializations are emerging at the edges of design, like that build-in or answering the question, what's worth making? So this is all a fundamental shift to our role. And I think we're going to see that just more people are going to work, not necessarily without the need for a designer. They're going to be able to fund projects and teams, and those things are going to get designed without designers. It's simply more economical for a lot of organizations that can't afford all the headcount. So this goes back to that question, where is my place? If you're feeling a bit concerned like I am, that's understandable, you're not alone. When I started connecting these dots, it was overwhelming. I spent a lot of time thinking about what will change. And I didn't have a good solution, so I just dove headfirst into this. I signed up for all the AI tools I could spend money on, and I really just decided I'm going to play with this stuff and get comfortable, see what this really actually means. So pretty much from January all the way to now, this is what I've been doing. And I came to the conclusion that this is actually incredibly empowering. What AI does is it's shortening the path towards expertise. So you don't have to have all the expertise yourself. You can go harness the expertise depending on what you're doing. I would actually say that there has never been a time to be a senior designer. It's very, very empowering. Like never before have we had the power to translate whatever's in our head, our vision, our taste, our strategic thinking, and we can translate that into tangible experiences super quickly now. We can bridge this gap between, give me 1 second. We can bridge the gap between the idea and a visceral interactive prototype almost instantly. But to harness this power effectively, I think we need to get to the central dilemma. And that's what I'm calling the AI augmentation paradox. So in short, it goes like this. All the making tasks that we used to own are going to be now ubiquitous. Anyone's doing that stuff now. But when you do that, it also elevates the importance of the designer's strategic thinking, the intuition, the ability to translate those things into tangible ideas. So it gets easier to make things, but on the other side, the more valuable the person becomes who knows what to make. So all our time was spent, not all our time, but a lot of time was spent in the past about making that thing, translating that idea from a sketch or stickies on FigJam that represented that idea into a polished design artifact. But what happens when that begins to erode, when that begins to disappear? It's going from hours to seconds. Also, it's becoming economically viable. More and more people are going to be creating stuff. So the value needs to shift into that wisdom of choosing. More people, not just designers, are going to build things. Even your mom, your dad, they can type into ChatGPT and build something. But an ocean of output doesn't automatically mean an ocean of quality. So our experience, our taste, our critical decision skills become the most valuable currency. That is the new senior design craft, I would say. So for a little experiment, I created basically my product in Figma Make. I gave it something like a 30-word prompt, and I just said, like, let's crank this out, let's see how it goes. So within 3 minutes, I had something that wasn't beautiful, but obviously it's surprisingly decent. It works, it has a logical structure, it has key components, fairly clean layout, it's a coherent start-in point. Within 5 minutes, I can refine that, I can give it inputs, I can fix warnings, I can change functionality. The AI understands and obviously will refactor the code and build a new output. But the thing that's interesting is within 8 minutes, this is like me in between meetings basically doing this, I have something that works, that can articulate ideas. I can show this to people. This has probably 75% of the core functionality of our product on the B2B platform. 2 years ago, this is science fiction. Today, it's less than 10 minutes to make this stuff. So this barrier to translate an idea has effectively disappeared. One of my favorite AI quotes is that this is the worst it'll ever be. For everything that you're doing right now and that you try to do with AI and you get dissatisfactory output, this is the worst it's ever going to be. As AI improves, as it gets more context or can handle more context, there's going to be exponential improvements. So this brings me to a concept that I think is the center of design's impact, and it's called the value execution gap. It's that space between the original initial idea and what ships. It's this gap where either value is realized or lost, and I think it's design's most important job to help businesses or teams or products navigate this. So here it is illustrated. On the left you have the idea. This could be a set of requirements. It could be an idea scribbled on a sticky note. Ultimately, when that idea is realized and it's brought in front of a customer or built or shipped, your intentions of how people want to use that thing still is different than how a customer or a user will perceive that. I think there was a talk that talked about 80%, or it was 8% versus 80% earlier on how much companies think their products are creating value versus what customers say. So there's a real gap here. If we look at an example, there's Booking.com and there's Airbnb. I think everyone knows these products or probably has used them. But the way that these companies have translated this gap is, I think, very different. Booking executes on a relentless, comprehensive, efficient, data-driven model where they globally aggregate and travel and present it to the customers. And Airbnb looks at this more aspirational. When they do stuff, it's very brand-led, and it almost feels like when they ship something, they're trying to be disruptive. So both of these companies are massively successful, but they have very different realities in their execution and how customers perceive it. Booking is this fluid line. It's sort of like step by step they're optimizing, and Airbnb is these big, bold steps. And then how this translates into value, one is worth 80 billion and the other is worth 180 billion. So even though they're, at the end of the day, maybe they're doing the similar things, it's very, very different. Now let's also talk about a PM and a designer bridging this gap. I think in the past, both of our collaborations have brought the necessary tension to make a product compelling and successful. But now with AI, both of these people can bridge that gap. A PM can articulate that experience, as you saw earlier in Figma Make. That can be then created as a first prototype or an output. But that's what design used to do. We used to do some of that as well. So I think this is the interesting part about what's happening. I think this is both the challenge and the opportunity going forward. So let's go back to that paradox. We talked about AI will automate the lower level making, and then it elevates the importance of our discretion. That deep user empathy, discerning taste, and foresight to navigate ambiguity, that ensures the path we take leads to the right destination. And I think when we do it, it's not about just making a better looking version, it's about all those things beneath the surface that add up to something that is valuable in the customer's perception. So what does this look like in the future when we are AI augmented or empowered with AI? I don't believe it'll look like a designer wearing augmented reality goggles, but I just love prompting that stuff, so I had to. I think there'll be a few different skills that we're going to be expected to use a lot more all the time in our roles. So I'll talk about those skills in a minute, but first I want to talk about positioning. How you position yourself within an organization is super, super important. A lot of times design is sandwiched between product and engineering in some kind of linear model. I think we need to move to a new positioning where design is more at the center. So I see this as us becoming this central hub, this integrator, really the connective tissue of the product team. We are the ones framing the problem. We need to be synthesizing disparate viewpoints. We need to be translating between the languages of business, technology, and forge a shared understanding and a clear path forward for everyone, for the business, essentially. So the transform mandate sort of says we need to be different. We need to be no longer artifact creators. We are that person at the center. We are the catalyst, enabler, facilitator, integrator, prototyper. We need to be all those roles. It's super, super important. But we need to be the spark that makes that a necessity and accelerates the entire business from idea to value. The first skill, I think, the designer in the future, when I think about this profile, is a designer that's often turning to AI to be the business acumen equalizer. I don't think you necessarily need to understand everything. It's about being curious, and that curiosity is going to lead expertise. So you can ask AI to model anything. You could ask it to explain what the business drivers are, given that what you express as your understanding. It will help you contextualize anything when you tell it how much that you understand about that problem space. So it will help you build a quantitative business case. You're no longer just executing on the business case, you can help write it. So, super basic example of curiosity leading expertise. Just say what you want to do and what you want to accomplish, and start sparring with that AI. Here you see, use Claude to create a calculator. Typically, this would have been done in spreadsheets before, and you'd have to link your cells, do all the formulas. In 30 seconds, you can have a calculator to do whatever you want, to explore whatever relationship you want. Curiosity leads expertise. It's about using AI to ask better questions and explore the opportunity space in an independent and empowered way. I think it's also important to think about AI as the communication enabler. I think most experienced designers have a really good intuition, and they have a keen sense of where the product should go. However, we don't always package that idea in the right way to have the right outcome. So, in a way, our communication has been a limiter in the past. But with AI, you can spar with it, you can feed it your rough notes, you can ask it to structure a compelling argument. That same idea packaged differently can lead to dramatically different outcomes. This goes double for anyone not working in their mother tongue. So many ideas fall short just from language barriers. So really turn to AI to really translate those ideas into ways that can be received by others, and it has the highest chance of doing that. Beyond just packaging your ideas, you can also think of AI as a thought partner. So you can work on the business model, and you saw in their previous example. You could also ask it to play devil's advocate and poke holes in your strategy. You can ask it to translate a very high-level strategy into a concrete project plan with milestones. You can even ask it to be your project manager, break this down into like weekly tasks, tickets. It's a tireless, brilliant collaborator, but you need to reinvent how you work with AI. There was another panel talk earlier, and they said they keep 3 different AIs open at the same time. That's kind of what you need to enable yourself to do, is have that really quick path to AI. So this requires you to invest a little bit to set it up in a way that you're going to always use it at a high frequency. Last but not least, we all know AI is a prototyping supercharger. As much as we tell people our ideas now, we can show them precisely what we mean. You can generate 3 different versions of an idea in minutes, and you can bring those to a meeting. You can show this stuff, and you can have a lot more fruitful conversation, much more tangible discussion with specifically what you mean. So this isn't about just presenting a solution to an idea. This is about inviting debate with your stakeholders and really using the tools at your disposal to have a really good debate. So how do we begin to do this? This is where I came up with this Transform Designer playbook. I'm trying to put together some practical things we can start doing. So for that designer that's not doing anything with AI yet, has only dipped their toes in, here's how you get started. So kind of 3 things in this toolkit. We talked about the business and the product mindset. We talked about the communication enabler, the strategy, and we talked about building things or making. I would say just start very, very simply to start this out. Your first week, just get comfortable unpacking business problems with AI. Turn to it 20 times in the next week and force yourself to spar with it and start to understand. Next week, you can do prototyping with AI. Next week, you can start to write and frame thought a little bit better through it. But keep these as separate tasks and stay focused on each one. So for week 1, truly understand and model different scenarios. And if you optimize towards this versus that, if you played this thing up or played this thing down, get comfortable using AI to do that. I think if you sink into a problem space with AI and you're genuinely curious about it, you're going to begin to learn a lot. The next week, I would say, start to build with AI. If you've never used Figma Make or Claude or Gemini or Canvas now, just start making with AI. Instead of turning to Figma and building something, use these tools. Try to direct these tools to build things. I look at it kind of like treating it like an instrument. You articulate your vision, you listen to a little bit of the output, and you start to refine your approaches over the week. For me, I've even started to develop a taste on which AI I'll use for what task, or even put them up against each other, because they're always changing. And then week 3 is this writing and frame and thought thing. You can use AI, obviously, to feed in your scattered notes and raw ideas about a complex problem or space, and it could be your sparring partner. If anyone's familiar with coding, there's this term rubber ducking. It's when you're trying to debug something and you just start talking to a rubber duck on your computer monitor. And through that act, you often start to find new discoveries. So I think about using AI in a very similar way. You can express your biggest blocker that you're facing, or have it reframe thought, or try to open up new perspectives. I don't think this is just about organizing your notes. It's about using AI to sharpen your mind on a strategic level and accelerate your ability to influence. So what does this look like when you start to put it in motion? I think of this like a flywheel. You're the designer at the center, and you're regularly flexing into these dimensions of your AI augmentation. And then each capability is feeding into the next to sort of create this powerful effect. When you then begin to overlay your stakeholders into it, you're sort of centering them around these little pools of activity. So if you're working on business and product strategy, you probably are going to work with a lot of go-to-market people, marketing, product managers, analysts, and you can create artifacts, documents, and then you can get them to give input and continue to refine that. You can then also start to circle into your communication capabilities or your AI thought partnership capabilities now, and then that feeds into the next thing of building the refined prototype. So it's not necessarily about doing more jobs, but it's about having more agency. It's about this fundamental shift from being a step in the process to shepherding your business and your stakeholders through it to the outcome. And that's what this transformation, I think, is about. It's not necessarily about whether design is going to disappear or not. It's about you having agency in this decision and about owning your future. So we spend less time on execution, more time on strategy, more time on taste making, and we should try to close this value execution gap. We need to be this essential hub between the business, the customer, the users, and the technical reality. In the future, I don't think your most valuable skill will be doing traditional design work. I think it will be asking the right questions to your stakeholders, to your AI, and to your users. And I think this question still is, how might we? I don't think this will change. It's a great way to frame a question. So never have we been so empowered as individuals. AI is really going to help us. So the biggest threat isn't design. I think it's isn't AI. I think it's standing still. It's not learning how to use these new skills. It's not getting comfortable turning to AI to spar with it. It's not trying out every 6 months the new model. It's just using your same skill set that you've used before. So my message would be that catalyst. I challenge everyone in this room to go back to your teams and just start one thing from that playbook and start acting like the orchestrator. Engage new stakeholders in your organization, enable them to get their jobs done through your design work, and you can start to be that strategic visionary that this new era demands. I think the senior transformation is upon us, and I truly believe opportunity is knocking. It's never been a better time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for this inspiring talk. And now let's open for the questions. Please go ahead, raise your hand if you have a question. Don't be shy. There is one, and second one as well.
Hi. What you explained to us, for me, it sounded a little bit more like a product manager. So what's the difference in this case between the product designer and the product manager? And do you think there is any?
There's a difference today, but 100% this is getting blurry. I think when I said AI shortens the path to expertise, part of that is shortening the path to that product mindset expertise. So more people that are not of that traditional role can start to do some of those things that that role is strong in. However, I think designers are more fit to bridge the product management gap than product managers are more fit to bridge the gap on design. Yes, they can use Figma, Make, or whatever to generate that experience, but how you bridge that gap matters, as we saw, and the designer is going to close that gap in a lot more crisp way so that when this product is used by customers, it's going to have the intended effect. I think we are much more able to articulate beyond what this prototype just created, and we're able to understand those nuances in a much more deeper way, all the way through to that customer perception. So I don't know if there's going to be product management roles and designer roles. I sort of worry that we're going to be all individualists with our own spiky skills in the future. And that's kind of how an organization is going to be. Everyone's just sort of like doing the dimensions that they do well as part of a team and complementing them, not necessarily adversarial.
Hi, a great talk, by the way. And I wanted to toggle something that has been bothering me for a while. So we're developing things very quickly. We're making new iterations, new designs, something that is absolutely outstanding. But in the same time, we're not reflecting on those things, or it's even incomprehensible to grasp all of that, what's happening on a certain design in a short period of time. What I mean is that us as senior designers will become a historians or somebody who knows why the design is at this point in time and how did it come to here. Because while I recently saw a interface like the time picker from a touch screen on a dumb phone on a Nokia, and I was wondering why is it there. So what's your approach on like keeping why this decision was made to have this context in the future, like a keeper of why is it there? I don't know
if I understand it correctly, in this future where AI is doing more design, how is it going to maintain the context of different design decisions that led up to why this design or solution is the way that it is?
Yeah, that we will become the keeper of the knowledge why we are here and how does it come that this design to be like that. It was made by AI, but we know why.
I think it's an important part of it. And that's probably also that intuition and that nuance when I talk about what do designers add to this process beyond just people prompting interfaces and experiences. I think it is this intuition or this historical context that they add to the solution that enables you to bridge that value execution gap much more effectively than if you didn't have that context. So that's a really great point. Thanks.
Any more questions?
Thank you very much for the inspiring speech. I was thinking when you told us about the prototyping, what if we have existing product and there are lots of screens already exist and we start from zero, right? How do you solve it that maybe if you show it to someone, then they don't really understand the context because it's not the same interface they see?
I see this more like a technical limitation, but it's absolutely true. Like if you want to prompt something, like I recreated my own product, it doesn't look like that in reality, but it captured that functionality in the prototype. I think in the future, we're going to be able to set up our code bases much more appropriately for AI than to do its magic on top of that knowing that it needs to use the design system or it needs to have certain functionalities, and then we prompt what we want to change about it. But yeah, we're at the very, very early stages of this technology coming about. I think it's become ubiquitous in the last years, just not even that. So this is the worst it's ever going to be.
All right, we have time for more questions. Don't be shy. Yes, there is one.
Hey, like, based on what you're saying, right, it seems like we'll be able to produce more and more ideas and take them farther and further, right? But still, you know, there's like a limited audience for the things that we can produce, and there's limited amount of things that we can show to people, right? So how do you imagine the process of deciding what to kill and at what stage, as you can, you know, very quickly produce lots and lots of iterations of very advanced prototypes?
Yeah, it's a good foresight because I'm already at that point where I'm getting so much AI-generated documentation and strategy docs, all this stuff. It's hard to keep up. It's hard to consume all that. Aside from using AI to go through all those things, I think we just need to be more, even though it's easy to create these things, we need to be more selective of what we're putting out there for others to consume because they don't have infinite capacity to read all these things or test all these different ideas out. There is an element where AI might be able to evaluate those things. We saw a little bit of it in another talk where you put these variations out into the wild or you programmatically generate these variations, and then also you're getting real signals to refine which one gets cut and which one then survives to the next round. So I think it's a problem we're going to have to come across, but I don't have any magic bullet right now.
Two more questions.
Hi. After your presentation, I had this impression that a few years ago we had a renaissance of no-code solutions, that everybody could make their own app. And right now we have no designers' designs, and I have this feeling that a few years ago developers were afraid about their jobs, and now we are in the same point as a designer. So that's just my impression, and I was curious, what are you thinking about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's how this whole talk came. I saw all these posts on LinkedIn, and it became kind of scary. It's like, do I even have a job anymore? Do I create value for my organization? But that's where I started thinking about how we cross this gap. These solutions are always going to be imperfect in some sense that if you're generating them. And I think you still need this human element to come in and more effectively cross that gap than just the machine-generated output. And that still matters, and I think this will matter into the end of time because humans are using the products that we're creating, not machines. So how you design an interface to do a certain job is different than how I do it or everyone else in this room. And yes, there's common patterns, but there's the little value adds that are going to have a little bit more effect towards that business KPI that you're trying to drive, and that still is going to matter when you begin to optimize these things. So maybe, yeah, we're needed less from 0 to 1 in some senses, but I mean, when companies like Airbnb ship something, it's like not 0 to 1 anymore, it's like 10 to 50 or something. I think it will always matter because that's like that differentiator on the business side.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for the talk. I was just thinking about, because I know this talk was about being a senior designer and what the senior must do to grow. And my question is like, I do agree with this. And it was a question from the crowd before about like, what is the difference between the project manager or the product manager versus the senior designer? And I do understand that because I also wondering if those boundaries are getting blurry. Do you still think that there is a place for the junior designers then? Because if everyone can now create really like low fidelity prototypes, which were really valuable at the very beginning, because then we could have an intern or like the junior designer could take this job and help the senior designer who's already working with the business and strategy and etc. etc. Do you really think that there is still a chance for like the junior designers or like those who are now graduating from the schools to become someone in the design world?
Yeah, it's also for engineers, right? Like, I haven't wrapped my head around what's the perfect solution, but I do feel like by my gut that there's always going to be a need for more junior people. They're going to have to dip their toes in and become relevant and figure out how to create value at some level to be employable. But I don't know exactly how that's structured yet. But at a certain point, I'm like 20 years in, I'm going to retire or die or something, right? I need to be replaced and new people need to come in. So there will be a pathway, but it's maybe not a clear pathway.
All right. One more, the last one.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the answer. Actually, follow up on that one. So, within the teams that you lead and within the organization that you are, how do you foster this culture of designers who perhaps are skeptical, or maybe junior designers who have not yet embraced these shifts that are happening in the industry? Are there some practical steps that you have taken to ensure that they are following through, or maybe some rituals? Or
yeah, I mean, that's who this talk is for. It's for not for the people that are already jumping headfirst in, but the people that are sort of approaching this with trepidation. Within my teams, I'm trying to not make it a requirement. Like, some companies are actually like saying you need to use AI. I don't want to be that company or that person, but I want to foster this shared curiosity about how can we use this tool in an exploratory way to have maybe just a little bit better outcome than we were doing before. So if someone's thinking about a new product opportunity in some part of the area of the product, I would encourage them to diverge in thought, and I would say, like, have you tried sparring with AI yet and come up with 10 possible solutions instead of just the 2 that you're showing right now? It's just finding the little moments where you could quickly turn to whatever LLMs open in your computer and throw in some stuff in there and seeing what comes out. I view it as like literally as starting small as that, because that's where I started last year. It's like, I don't know how to do any of this. It's so overwhelming. I'm seeing people on YouTube and Instagram do the craziest AI integrations, and I feel like just an idiot. How do I begin this? And it's just starting small, one prompt at a time, and you get a little more comfortable, and you get a little bit more intuition about what types of tasks arranged in what way with what type of prompts leads to what kind of output that you can begin to capitalize on. But it really is starting small, and there's no playbook for this really other than trying it out. So that's what I'm trying to incorporate in our teams, is just moments where we could play this out, moments where we can share how we did something with AI versus how someone else approached it with AI, and just find out together on this journey of what's working and what's not.
All right. Once again, thank you, Bill. That was truly inspiring. And if you have more questions, remember that you can meet Bill in a greet and meet section. Also, if you want to show your appreciation, use your app to rate the session. And now it's time for a longer break, coffee break, so you can grab something to eat and meet your fellow participants in the conference. See you in 20 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, let's slowly begin our last presentation for today. And our final speaker is Daria Taraune. Daria is a digital designer with over 19 years of global experience, specializing in enterprise design, security, and AI. Formerly at Amazon Web Services, she now leads enterprise and security design at Miro, shaping user-focused digital strategies. We invite you to her presentation titled Design as a Revenue Driver, Securing Design Investment in Enterprise Organization. Please give a warm welcome to Daria.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Patrick. First of all, congratulations. You made it till the end of a very, very long day, and I really appreciate you being here. And I do understand I'm the only thing that is standing between you and the cocktail hour. So I'm going to try to make it worthwhile. I'm going to try to give you the best that I can. Before I do that, let me tell you a little bit about myself. So I'm currently leading design at Miro, and I lead specifically the enterprise team. So everything that has to do with security, compliance, administration, all the things that are not so fun. Before that, I worked for Amazon Web Services, and I was in charge of the management portfolio. So everything that the users or developers or admins use in order for them to manage infrastructure. I've worked in McKinsey, I worked with big companies, with big enterprise companies, and I had my own startup between Japan and New Zealand. And the only common denominator between everything that I said is I spent a very, very long time working for enterprise companies and working for B2B customers. So, before we start, who here is working for an enterprise or have clients enterprise or B2B or just simply your user is an admin, developer, or a technical person? Can I get a raise of hands? Nice. There's a few people here. And I think you're here because you're feeling that you're struggling to get resources. You're probably, or mostly, the only designer on the team. You feel like you're alone, you're lonely, nobody really understands you, and sometimes you go home and you feel like you're about to lose your mind. Well, I'm very familiar with all of that. And before I start, I want to share a story. I started working for Amazon in 2016. And 2016 was a very different time. That was 10 years ago, right? And I didn't work for Amazon, I worked for AWS. So Amazon is like this cool e-commerce site where they care about the customer, they do a lot of A/B testing, and they're like, there's a lot of designers with a cool vibe. And then you have AWS. That started in 2006. And they basically didn't know what a design is. So I was hired as designer number 2 in Berlin. And in the entire AWS organization, we had not more than 100 designers. So you can imagine the situation that we were in. My first week, absolute disaster. I think I went home and I was like crying, like, what the hell am I doing? And imagine this picture. You're sitting in a room with the people who technically invented the internet. You're sitting there, youngest in the room, the least technical person. You have no idea what they're talking about. They're throwing acronyms above your head, and you're like, struggling to understand first what they want from you. Then you gather your courage and you're like, all right, I'm here for a reason. They hired me. I passed the interview. I can do this. Then I stood up and I'm like, wanted to ask a question. I was like, whoa. The answer that I got from the PMs and the engineers at that room was like, it's okay. You can do this. Can you do these mockups in only 5 minutes? I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm supporting 200 teams. We're releasing 200 features. For me to locate your file and find it, it's going to take me more than 5 minutes, so I don't know what you want me to do. And then they started asking, I have a presentation tomorrow. Can you design it for me? I'm like, I'm not a graphic designer, and my skills as a graphic designer are horrible, so I would not hire myself as a graphic designer. Then more arguments started to come. We cannot afford to hire more designers. Can the PM do it? Or maybe the engineer? I'm like, great, they can do it. But AWS was in a mess because it was designed by engineers with no designers, right? And my favorite one, our users are very technical. They use mostly APIs. They don't care about the UI. I literally spent 7 years at Amazon trying to convince people that that is not true. At the end, they did, but that took a lot of effort. This was the ratio between design, PM, and engineers. And that is ridiculous. You have one designer for 8 PMs for 500 engineers. So, as you can see, not exactly the right environment. So this is how I felt most of the time for the first year. What am I doing? What have I done? I'm in the wrong place. I tried. I really tried to bring every argument. I brought arguments. We need to care about the customer. We need to bring trust. We need to bring designers early because we're unlocking revenue. We don't want to firefight. The NPS, the CSAT score, all that fell flat. Nothing moved the needle. When I was bringing NPS, and be careful if you're working in a B2B company and you want to bring CSAT score and NPS, because the answer will always be, so, look at the other SaaS products. They also, what's the benchmark? Ours is good. It's good enough. Because the reality of the work that you're doing, there's a person who has a purchase power, signed a contract with your company, $1 million contract, and they don't care about the experience. And the end user, who's actually using your product day in, day night, that's the person who's struggling. So you're technically not talking the right language. My moment of epiphany was when I started looking at myself and my fellow designers. We realized that we worked in groups, we always went to lunch together, we shared war stories, and we thought that's how things should be. We're in a design community. And then what happened one day, we were in a management meeting, and one of the managers, he looked at us in the back and he said, I wish I could be so cool like those AC/DC kids that are sitting in the back. First of all, I got very offended, and then I thought, wait a minute, maybe we are the problem. Maybe the way we speak and the way we present ourselves, that's the problem. So, in Taylor Swift words, it's me. I'm the problem, it's me. That got me thinking. We need to change. As designers in the organization, we need to change and we need to shift. And everything you're going to hear from me today is my own experience working with big customers and enterprise customers and how I managed to secure investment. So, what did I do? I stopped talking about craft. I'm a designer. I stopped mentioning the word design at all. I don't talk about design. Design is important, but I don't talk about it. I started communicating with return of investment. For me, it's a resource, return of investment, it's a feature, it's a KPI. And I thought, I will give it a try. I will do this for 1 year and see if I was successful or not. I managed to hire 6 designers in year 1 in Amazon. And for you who know how these big corporations work, that was a success for me in year 1. So what did I do? So, first, stop, take your time, understand the process. You go into a new organization, a big organization, and we have this tendency to come and say, oh, this is so cool. There's this thing, I'm going to change it. There's this new process that I'm going to implement. I know what everyone else don't know. And my sincere advice, don't do that. You have a probation period for a reason. Stop. Stay back. Understand the process. Map the power in your organization. Who has the power to secure your funding? Who has the power to say yes or no? And mind you, your manager could be not the one who has the power. It could be somebody completely different. But taking that time really allows you to understand how funding works and what can you do to plug in. In Amazon, for example, funding worked a year before, so I had to prepare everything that I needed, all the resources, 2 years before. At Miro, it works very differently. At McKinsey, it works very differently. In your organization, how does funding work? Then, understand your strategy. Learn the strategy. What do you really care about as an organization? Efficiency? Revenue? Optimization? Growth? What do you really care about, right? Because once you understand what they care about, you can actually bring into your UX work to existing metrics and existing strategy. I see a lot of times designers coming in and they want to change something, or they believe in something so strongly. Like, for example, oh, I want to have a design system. Nothing is built by a design system. Or I want to automate these processes. That's the right thing to do. Like, I don't disagree. It is the right thing to do. However, if your organization is optimizing for revenue and optimizing for growth, it's okay that half of your internal processes or half of your system is literally put in duct tape, hoping that nothing would break. But that is a decision that the organization have made. We are optimizing for revenue. So your idea of doing a legacy uplift or rebuilding everything using a better experience, it's not that it's not a bad idea, it's just not the right time. And you fall into this pitfall because you did not learn your strategy or you did not understand the strategy of the company. Now, you've done your homework. You understood the strategy, you got the process, you're ready to go. Where do you start? Oh, not this one. Yeah, this one. So now you start building your case. And now you start being able to frame your investment in number. And that is a very powerful tool because instead of saying, I want to rebuild our legacy with a better experience, you can say, hey, we need to rebuild our experience using a design system because it will be more efficient for our developers. Then we could use less front-end developers because everything is a component. Or you can say, our onboarding is horrible. People are suffering from our onboarding, right? How do you frame it? You can say, well, we discovered that we're losing customers on our onboarding, or they take them 6 months to onboard. Since we are optimizing for revenue this year, then maybe we should optimize our onboarding and shorten it from 6 months to 1 month. And we need X designers for that. So this is what I meant by build your case, frame the investment in number. Something I really love doing, and I've been doing it for years now, I set the time for vision work. What does it mean? Now, every 6 months, we take 2 days as a design team. We go wild and we go crazy. We start thinking about what would be the experience if we are to change it right now? What do we really care about? And then for 2 days, we just mock up and just go crazy, like come up with crazy ideas, right? The purpose of this exercise is not to make you depressed at the end, but the purpose of the exercise is to allow you to set a vision in the future. What do you want to build? How do you want the experience to be? And once you set that, once you have the vision, then you can start breaking it down into smaller chunks, and then you can see where in the strategy this particular chunk would fall. Sometimes don't be afraid to wear the PM hat or the product manager hat. I think for those of you who were in the presentation before, there was a lot of talk of the designer's job changing. But also the PM's job is changing. There's nothing that can say, hey, the PM can prototype and can build and do research. But wait a minute, I can also do PM work. I can also prototype. I can also work with engineers, right? Break the boundaries. We kind of got taught to always follow the PM. The PM is setting the vision. The PM is doing the product work, and I'm waiting for the PRD or the document or whatever it is that you call it. I'm waiting for the PM to deliver it. Why? You want a seat at the table. Earn your seat at the table. There's work that needs to be done. Do it. And if you're working in a B2B, these are projects, high-impact projects that can easily be led by a designer. And I have designers who are leading these projects. Onboarding. Everything exists. Customers are going to Help Center. You're throwing them in the documentation that looks like a fantasy book. You go from one page to the other to the other. That's an easy recipe, right? Automate workflows. You have a lot of workflows that are broken. Let's automate them. Dashboards, uplifting legacy. These are all projects that can be led by a designer, and they all can come from a vision work. So you've done that. Find your allies. You get into a company, or you're in the company for so long. Find your allies, like who are the ones who share the same vision, who are the ones who think the same as you. Build your credibility. Start small. Build on success. A lot of times, some of the designers I work with, they want to stand back and they want to release something with a bam. That doesn't work anymore, not in this day of age. Maybe 10 years ago, could have gotten away with it. Not today. Start small, keep your eye on the prize, keep your North Star, do your vision work. Communicate the impact of design, socialize, but most importantly, communicate the risk of the projects if you don't hire. And I like to do the latter. I like to go and say, well, if we don't hire a designer for this project is going to fall. Do you want the project to fail? And I love asking this no question. I'm a big fan of Chris Voss. For those of you who don't know it, awesome person. He has a book called Never Split the Difference. And he was a negotiator in FBI. And there's something that I really like about what he said. Always ask questions that the answer is no. Because if somebody tells me, no, I don't want that project to fail, I'm like, great, then you agree with me, we need to hire, right? It's an argument. And I use this technique so many times. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's like a tip that I use multiple times to my favor. When I talk about investment, I always offer levels of investment. So I say, one additional designer, you have impact on project X and Y. You hire 3 designers and a researcher, then you are able to have high impact on certain project. Great. If we hire a full team, then we have long-term efficiency, we'll be able to do vision work, we'll be able to fix all the backlog. If we don't hire, then project A, B, and C are going to be at risk. I'm simply not going to resource them. No designer there, there will be delays, right? And here why I do this, because oftentimes I ask for 5 and I get 3. If you ask for 1, you will get none, right? So this is like another trick that I have been using. But how I identify impact? Like, what does impact mean? I put every project that we have, I put it on this matrix. Identify the problem. For me, a problem means user pain or friction, right? But I also link it to revenue, how much revenue we're losing. I link it to the cost, the risk, the churn. So I link it to business terms for the business people to understand it. Then I think of the business impact. I think of my UX metrics, and then I translate them into KPIs. Revenue, cycle time, if people respect NPS in your company, go for it. And then I align it with an OKR. OKR, goal, strategy, whatever you call it in your organization. But it's really important to direct it to where the company is going. Then I put my solution, and then I specify the alternative. Alternative, if we don't build that, what's going to happen? Then the alternative of if we build a V1 or a simpler version of what we wanted to build. That's where I identify the risks. This is the risk. This is what you're planning to do. Do we agree? Do we all, as a group, take the risk and go design or go build this feature without a designer? If yes, well, good luck with the escalations at the end. Then I think about the ROI, like what is the return of investment? So this is how I think about it, and I phrase it, and I rephrase my design logic with a business logic. So the UX inconsistent. I have OCD, I hate when it's inconsistent, but I cannot say that. So what I say, inconsistency is adding 20% more development time. It's slowing adoption. We need to fix that. We need design headcount. Without headcount, the roadmap delay will cost us 2 million ARR. Users find this flow confusing. Confusion is causing us 45% drop-off. We need a design system. Fair, right? Reusable components cut delivery time by 30% and saves us money. So converting what I think is a design problem to a business problem, and that's how I'm able to catch the organization's attention to, hey, we need to staff that here. Another trick I do, I anticipate blockers very early. So compliance, security, legal, especially if you're building an AI for a big organization or B2B or enterprise, this is coming your way. So learn about that, read about that, and start building the relationships with the people who are in charge of this, because this will be your biggest blocker. Balancing advocacy with diplomacy. So I'm pushing for design, but I'm always keeping empathy for for business constraints. Budget, timeline, regulations, what's happening. Like, I'm empathetic, but I'm still pushing gently and understanding how this balance, or if you can call it the political game, how it works. I balance craft with strategy. I'm still a designer. I know how to design, but I'm also giving time for my team and for myself to set strategy, to set vision, to understand the business goal, to be able to communicate with the responsible people or the higher-ups. Then this is my trick for hiring. So all together, I don't think any of us here, with all the designers here, I don't think I'm a perfect designer or any of us is a perfect designer. This unicorn doesn't exist, or maybe I have not found this person yet. But as a team, we can collectively be perfect. And I found this trick quite useful for me to convince leadership on what skills exactly do I need and where do I need to hire the designers. So I look at the designers in a matrix. The first thing is the soft skills that I need from them, and then technical skills. And then I put the existing designers, designer 1, designer 2, designer 3, and I rate these skills. So for example here, I have my 3 designers are very strong in, let's say, system thinking. They're great. So when I'm hiring, I don't need to hire somebody who's a system thinker. However, let's say, for example, my 3 designers are not really good at vision work. They're not really good at doing forward-thinking work. So maybe I need a designer who is going to be just doing that. That's their bread and butter, and that's the thing that they will do, right? So that helps me communicate the skills that I want and where exactly and I'm seeing the gap. Another thing I do the same matrix for every project. So I say, well, we have a dashboard. This dashboard would require somebody with system thinking or somebody with strong visuals, and I don't have that on the team. So I need the budget to hire this person, because if I don't hire this person, this project is not going to go. The way functioning team works is by having what we call EPD, engineer, product, and design, working together as a unit. So the entire responsibility of the product or the success or the failure of the product is sitting on the shoulders of a team, not one person. That means the meetings are different. So that means when you're meeting a team is meeting a team, and we call it in Miro 3x3 meetings. So the entire team, PM, engineer, designer, is meeting with the opposite team, engineer, PM, designer. And think of it from a lower level all the way to a higher level. And this is how it functions. And doing that, it means you, A, can think of certain partners, like this person doesn't have a partner, what do we do? The other thing, like having such a structure or pushing for such a structure will show others how important is having a designer in the room, because the other team is having a designer, you're not having a designer, why am I being left out? So, this also helps us to have one communication channel, right? So we're used to design reviews, and we're used to design crits, and we kind of gather as designers, we give feedback. Most of the time, this feedback falls on deaf ears and goes into the backlog, and this is how your design depth is growing and growing and growing. So we don't do that anymore. We have one communication, and that communication goes straight into the company as a team. I, as a designer, I'm responsible for the experience, and I'm saying the experience, not only the UI. I'm responsible for the experience end-to-end. My PM is responsible for the product and the business, and the engineer is responsible for the tech work, right? So this is how we do our reviews. We have one review, and then we split that review into 3 parts. Which means any feedback you're getting, this feedback is being assessed next to technical feedback. So you're not sitting in an echo chamber saying, design is not great, the experience is not great, while your engineering partner is saying, well, I don't care if it's great or not, I have a security issue, and if I don't fix that security issue, we're all going to lose our job because legal is going to be at our back. This helps us to identify the RACI. For those of you who are not aware of the RACI matrix is kind of like give you an idea of who is responsible and who's doing what, like what's the ownership, which means responsible people, accountable, consulted, informed. And in our world, it looks like this. So you have the projects, and you have the matrix, and these red little dots that you're seeing is actually people. It's the team. So the team, engineer, PM, designer, are responsible for the work. And I do understand like sometimes it's really hard to start from this, but the way you can make it start, again, start small. Build it in your own little tiny bubble. Make it grow. Identify the impact. Build on it. All right, so advocating for design resources really requires a shift in the mindset. Not the organization first, your mindset. You need to think of what is your job as a designer now. Things are shifting, things are changing. Either be part of the change and shift yourself, or you will not. And that's not a nice place to be. So, this is a very easy framework that could be used when you're communicating. Problem, business impact, the design role. It's quite simple. So you identify the problem. Enterprise admins face high friction in setting permissions. Business impact, this increases time to value, slows adoption, drives churn. The designer role is we need to redesign the permission workflow, we cut the friction, support, unlock faster deployment. Map your design to OKR or KPIs. If the OKR is increase adoption, then your design framing is our localized onboarding template reduce customer setup time by 40%, directly driving adoption in Japan, our new market. Speak the language of trade-offs. So identify always, don't give one option, give multiple options. Give them the ability to choose which way they want to go for. For example, path A, we could launch faster. The UX is horrible. We could still launch. However, more churn, higher support cost, or we can invest. Might slow us by 2 weeks, but it will save us X amount of time and X amount of money. Adopt the mental model. So use the management-owned language, RACI, 3x3, EPD rituals, compliance and governance, position design as a trust builder, especially if you're working in B2B, especially if you're working in AI. These things are coming, and they're coming from January 1st with a new Compliance Act in Europe and the California Act that is going to come in play in January. So this is your opportunity to shine as an enterprise designer. Use it and abuse it. And this is me. Thank you so much. I was on time.
Yes.
Yay.
And now it's the time for questions. So feel free to ask it. Yes, there is one person. Microphone is coming. Where? Can you just raise your hand once again? Thank you.
Thank you for the lecture. And I have a question. For example, you said use business logic, not design logic, but where can I get this data? Like, for example, 5 million euro loss. Like, where would I get that data? Because I know other designers, they also have those questions.
Do you work in a B2B or in any company that have customer support or account managers?
I think so, yeah.
Then you have a gold mine that you have not tapped yet. A lot of this data, I personally find it with the go-to-market organization, so account managers, sales, support, marketing, they all have this data. It's just we don't look for it because we don't think of, they're not part of the product, so we don't think of them as like, oh, it's an opportunity. But for me, this always has been a very good way to really understand how much we're losing. Sales have to identify, which is what they call closed lost and closed win, like how many closes they had and they won the customer, and how many closes they had and they lost the customer. That's a very, very interesting gold mine of data, because then you know why the customers are not signing the contract, and that's how you kind of get your metrics. So this data exists, and maybe not in product, but outside it exists.
Thank you.
All right, more questions? In the meantime, let me check if you have anything online. Nothing.
All right.
Yes. All right, so big round of applause for Daria. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, everyone.
And now, this was our final presentation. So remember to use your app to rate your sessions if you want to appreciate Daria. Also, now we will be inviting you to the Waze Awards Gala, which will happen in 20 minutes. And additionally, we remind you about our Between Ways event in Lastrico at 6 p.m. And, well, thank you for spending the time with us today. And on behalf of the organizers and myself, I wish you a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Dobra. All right. All right, we got it. Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying. You're the best. Appreciate you. And welcome to WAIS Awards 2025, showcasing the best in the digital industry. I will be your host for the next couple of minutes. My name is Kalina Tyrkiel. I'm a senior content designer at Zendesk. You may have seen my colleagues today speaking at this very conference, and I'm very proud of them. If you haven't seen, go watch the recording. It's really worth it. A shameless plug. And I'm here today to create a place for other people to shine, for the winners of WAIS Awards 2025. We're gonna talk about awards in 4 categories, these categories being mobile app, web, desktop app, website, and no code. So without further ado, here we have our wonderful jury of experts with their expertise spanning various industries, various fields of expertise. So a huge thank you, and please a round of applause for the jury. Thank you. And we're gonna talk about awards, the winners in the jury voting, as well as the public vote. So there are like, for each category, there are 2 awards, and without any further explanation, let's, that was the about part, so we've got that handled already. So starting with the best website category, the nominees are Sales and More website from Wise People. So this is our, this is our first nominee. The second nominee is Spokój from Web Nomads. And the third one is Połączona Puszcza Polska from 300 Codes. A round of applause for our nominees. And this is the public choice. Do we have these people on stage? The creators, please come join us on stage. To get your award. And the winner is Połączona Puszcza Polska in the public choice category. So an extra round of applause for the winner. And please join us for something to sweeten the win and the picture as well. So that's your time. 300 Codes. Połączona Puszcza Polska. Gratulacje. Pierwsze miejsce. Bardzo. Dzięki. Dziewczyny, z czego jesteście? And please stay with us for the picture. Just for the picture time, and we're gonna have the, okay, yes, we can do now. Okay. Now we just click. Now the time for the jury choice in the best website category. The first nominee being Jace AI from Graphit. Do we have any creators from Graphit with us? Right. The second nominee being Ruf der Ziele. Please correct me if I'm butchering the pronunciation. From 1993 Design Associates. Do we have the creators with us? And the winner in the jury choice for best website in WAIS Awards 2025 is, again, Połączona Puszcza Polska. So a huge round of applause for taking it all as a winner. Congratulations. Yeah, and the second round of pictures. Round of applause for a double winner. Thank you. Now we move to the second category, the mobile app nominees. The public choice, the first nominee being Diagnostyka by Miquido. Do we have any Miquido designers with us? Round of applause, please. Join us on stage. we can. Okay, so in the meantime, the second mobile app nominee is Cinder by Haven Codes. Round of applause. Do we have the creators with us? Awesome, please come join us. Awards. So we got diagnostics, we got dogs, we got pets. Fantastic. And the winner in the public choice category for the best mobile app is Chalk Tribe by Dominika Nalepa. A round of applause, and if Dominika is with us, please come join us on stage. Thank you, congratulations once again. The picture, yeah. Picture time for you. Beautiful, thank you very much. Moving to the jury choice category in the mobile app. The first mobile app nominee for the jury choice category is Hemi by Solvelt. Do we have any creators with us? A round of applause, nevertheless. The second one being, again, Diagnostica by Miquido. So again, a round of applause. Please join us again. Yeah, there's more to collect. Beautiful. And the third one being the winner in the best mobile app category, picked by the jury, is Road Central by Intent. Congratulations, please join us on stage. Beautiful. Yeah, now it's your photo time. A round of applause once again, thank you. So moving to the third category, best desktop and web app nominees. The first nominee in the public choice is AI Insights by Coupler.io. A round of applause, please join us for something to sweeten the win even more. Beautiful. The second nominee in the second place is MCP Server by Coupler.io. Beautiful. Double win. And the winner in the public choice category for the best desktop and web app is Road Central by Intent. Please come join us again. Beautiful. Now's your time. Congratulations. So now we move on to the jury choice for the best desktop and web app nominees. Again, AI Insights by Couple.io. A lot of extra steps. Thank you. Then we have Petsy by Hologram, the second place in the jury choice. Do we have hologram creators with us? Congratulations. Beautiful, congrats. And another round of applause, no such thing as too many. And the winner in the best desktop and web app jury choice category is Road Central by Intent. Congratulations. Thank you. And another round of applause. Thank you very much. And now we're approaching the final category, which is no-code. First no-code nominee is Cinder from Haven Code. Haven No Code. Theo, please come join us on stage. The second nominee in the public choice category for no code is Spokój by Web Nomads. Beautiful. And the winner in the best no code category by public choice is Połączona Puszcza Polska. Please come join us again. And one more photo up. Beautiful, thank you. So that was public choice for best no codes. And now time for the jury choice for best no codes. And the first one nominee is Dashline by White Lab. A round of applause. Do we have any creators with us? Second nominee in the second place is Połączona Puszcza Polska. Sorry, a little bit more of wonking for you. And the third one is, oh, do you want to join us on stage? It's the final one, I promise. Yeah. And the winner in the jury choice for the best no codes category is Ryf der Ziele by 1993 Design Associates. A round of applause once again. Right. Thank you so much for staying, for appreciating all these wonderful creators and their wonderful work. Thanks for having me, and thank you for attending the first day of WasteConf 2025. I would say probably that's a wrap for this part, but there's of course like a Between Waste party coming in Lastrico in very soon, actually. So hope to see you there. Hope you had a great time. See you, see you there. See you tomorrow, and enjoy the ride. Thank you very much, and see you soon.